Good morning. Welcome everybody to our practical educational workshop on e-governance. Today's event is organized together with GIZ, UFM, Estonian ICT Cluster, and Ministry of Digital Transformation of Mauritania. For the welcoming words, I'm happy to invite to the stage Mr. El Kishashi, UFM Deputy Secretary General.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the UFM Secretariat, allow me at the outset to welcome you to the two-day UFM Practical Educational Workshop on e-governance taking place today and tomorrow, thanks to a commendable collaboration with GIZ and the Estonian ICT Cluster and with the support of the Mauritanian side, to whom all I would like to extend my warm thanks and deep appreciation. Considered as a follow-up activity to the takeaways of the UFM conference organized in the Estonian capital Tallinn on September 30, 2019, under the title of Digital Transformation and Digital Skills for the Future. This workshop offers also a happy occasion to strengthen the bonds of cooperation between the UFM Secretariat and Mauritania through the implementation of such a concrete and interesting initiative. The latter comes in a special context characterized by the pandemic crisis, which has caused an exceptional situation. In response, governments have taken several measures to stop the spread of the pandemic and save lives, including the adoption of a strict lockdown. As a result, the digital format has proven to be the only option left for business continuity in the form of online education, remote working, e-health care, video conferencing, among other examples. Beyond the ongoing pandemic crisis, digitalization is recognized as a factor of resilience in the face of possible future shocks and as a key enabler of economic development. In fact, digital solutions contribute hugely to improving access and quality of public services for the benefit of citizens as well as of businesses. As such, digital transition is crucial to boost human-centered, inclusive, and sustainable economic development. Within this spirit, this training, which is timely as relevant, constitutes an opportunity to tackle the important topic of digitalization under its different aspects in light of the renewed Estonian experience, which will be presented in details to the Mauritanian attendees involved in digital transformation and representing a variety of actors in Mauritania. As indicated in the agenda already shared with you, items such as the requirements for smooth digital transformation, the digital identity, the security of data, and the development of digital skills will be thoroughly examined. For its part, the UFM Secretariat is fully aware of the importance of digital shifts and acting up on the recommendations of the joint statement of the UFM Co-Presidency, adopted on the occasion of the 5th UFM Regional Forum on 27 November 2020, which defined digital transformation as priority of action for the coming years, will carry on joining hands with its relevant partners for the sake of the organization of activities aiming at supporting the Member States' effort to embark successfully upon the digital era. Finally, I trust this workshop will be a success and full of enriching exchange. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you. Now I'm very happy to welcome here on the virtual stage our next speaker from GIZ, the ones who we can claim that we can do these kind of e-governance workshops for you. And I'm happy to invite to the stage Johannes Lappel, head of GIZ project, under what we're organizing these e-governance workshops. Please, Johannes.
Merci beaucoup. Bonjour à tout le monde et Thank you very much, and welcome to this workshop. I like to tell you that the international agents, asked to as our collaboration, as it has already said, this is the result of a conference with the UFM for digital transition. This event has been organized in Estonia because it's one of the countries more advanced in the world. And after this event, we have thought that Estonia is going to share this experience with other members of the UF. And in 2019, we didn't know that we were going to live a world-life pandemic, which actually increased the need of digitalization even than before. It's important to apply digital services because solutions allow students to learn from home, and it improves the improvement of businesses as well for fiscal tax documents, and it supports entrepreneurs who want to have success, and it creates some employment. And even more important than this seminar is going to show us how all actors, stakeholders can cooperate. The difference of participants show how this implies both public and private sectors and the academia as well. This is why we're happy to be supported by the GIZ cluster in Estonia and different experts today. And we thank Mauritania as well for taking part in this workshop. And thanks for the contribution to experts from Mauritania. This shows the will of all the participants today to stimulate a local economy and innovation through a digital system which is intelligent and safe and based on the confidence and transparency. In this spirit, I wish you a very interesting workshop. Thank you very much indeed.
Next welcoming words coming from here, from Estonia, on the stage. And for that, I'm happy to have with me on the stage Mr. Margus Rava, Ambassador at Large for Economic Cooperation with Africa, from Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Estonia. Please, Margus.
Ladies and gentlemen, mesdames, messieurs, dear participants, my name is Margus Rava. I am Ambassador at Large for Economic Cooperation with Africa at the Estonian Foreign Ministry. It is a pleasure for me to welcome colleagues at this seminar from exactly the opposite, geographically speaking, the opposite side of the Union for the Mediterranean. Yesterday, the ministerial meeting of the Union took place in Barcelona. Foreign Minister of Estonia, Eva-Maria Liimets, she was there as well. And she did point out the digital cooperation between the Union for Mediterranean member states, including Estonia and Mauritania. In my current job, I have noticed increasing interest from African partners towards e-governance and e-government solutions that have been put in place in Estonia, which is very welcome, and we are ready to offer the possibilities for cooperation, our experience both from the government and the enterprises. An enterprise association, namely the IT and Telecom Association and its member companies, hold today's seminar from the Estonian side. I would like to assure the colleagues in Mauritania that in the e-government ecosystem in Estonia, the role of the enterprises and private sector companies is crucial. Much of the elements of the digital structure of the country are upheld by products and services offered by companies. The companies, of course, need to follow the rules and regulations which are set and constantly verified by the government.
Now, some words in French as well. I regarded the site of the Transition Ministry from the Mauritanian administration, and with great pleasure I realized that some days ago another event had been launched by the Minister Abdelaziz Holdahi, an event together with Estonian people. So different training from a high level on e-governance directed by the UN Nations Program and Egan's Academy in Estonia. This association is a good partner for the association, which is going to be your partner today and tomorrow as well. In conclusion, I do wish you a very nice seminar and a big success as well in the areas of digital governments. Thank you and have a nice day.
Our dear participants, I'm happy to say that our next speaker will be directly with you on the same room. Honorable Sidi Moulaya Saine, Secretary General, Minister of Digital Transformation, will give his welcoming words directly to you. And in the same time here from the studio, we will have a short break and see you then. Dear participants, welcome you all back. And now we go on with our very practical part already of our workshop. But firstly, let me all welcome you also on behalf of Estonian ICT Cluster. I'm Doris Põld, CEO of Estonian IT Association, and I will be your today's and tomorrow's moderator. So my main task is to make your workshop experience here as smooth as possible. Of course, we would like to welcome you all face-to-face and have all this interesting discussion in more deeper manner with you. But yes, as the pandemic have changed tremendously how we do the seminars and workshops in today's world. But the good and positive side of this is that now, as we do not have to travel, we don't have to limit ourselves with the number of experts who we can bring in front of you. So it means that today and tomorrow, we have gathered crème de la crème of all the experts, the most practical persons in the e-governance field, and we can bring them in front of you. Before we go on with the program, I would like to share with you some of the practical information in order to make in order that you can be actively involved in the workshop and make your experience as smooth as possible. So firstly, interpretation is available. Hopefully you have already realized that. On the screen up above, you see the workshop, and under that, you can choose English or French. And we're using the workshop platform in order to ensure you the best picture quality. And with the workshop platform, you can also be actively involved, ask all the questions. In order to do that, I understand that you are in the same room and you're seeing all the workshop from the big screen, But in the same time, I advise you also to log in with your own personal device to the workshop environment. Easiest way to do this is you find the link in your email. So please push the link and you are there in the right place. There, please close the broadcast view, and then you see just the agenda and also the question answer button. So the best way to be involved is that use actively the question answer button and ask all your questions. There you see also the question asked from the other participants. These are anonymous. The questions, you don't see who have asked, but you have a chance to upvote the questions. And I will ask always firstly these questions which have the most thumbs up. So please be actively involved, ask the questions. With that, you're helping also my job to make here lots of easier. But one more reminder for you that all participants who are with us actively involved here those 2 days will get also a certificate of attendance, and that we will send you after the workshop. So please stay tuned with us. And yes, again, ask the questions so I can ask your question from our experts. But now, let's start with our program. In our first session, we will speak about the e-governance key principles and what is the state of digitalization in Mauritania. And also we look a little bit a glimpse of future, that what can be if you have that digital governance. Firstly, I'm very happy to invite to the stage here with me on live Digital Transformation Advisor from Estonia Briefing Center, who will help you to imagine the future. Possibilities, what digital society can offer to you. So please, Annette, the floor is yours.
For every single country in the world, technology should be seen as a very great tool in order to build more transparency, efficient in a state, and of course also provide the very best customer experience for every single citizen in your state. I'm very glad that Estonia realized that very long time ago already, and this has been our key, I would say, the key goal since the very early days of building these e-governance services. My name is Annette Numa, and I'm working as one of the advisors when it comes to digitalization here in Estonia at the Estonia Briefing Center. And in the next half an hour, I will give you an overview where Estonia stands today. And of course, again, you can smell a little bit the future. What are the solutions that Estonian citizens can use every single day here? And what was this efficiency and, again, transparency and customer experience all about that I just also mentioned in the beginning here. But I would start here with the very first slide and show you a little picture where Estonia stands today with all the different kind of government services. As you might have heard, in Estonia you can do pretty much everything fully online, which means that we have 99% of our government services fully functioning online. And the only things that we can't do online, obviously, is just getting married and divorced, but I do hope that this doesn't happen too often in your life. And of course, if you think about these two solutions that are still happening offline, it's not because of technology. The main reason there is obviously our traditions, but the good news is that we're also discovering methods how we could also make these services working online. Before the crisis, Estonia also had a third thing that was functioning still offline, which was signing all of the notary transactions. So meaning that if you wanted to buy yourself an apartment or a house, then you needed to show up in person at the notary office. The good news is that we don't have to do that today. And this is because of the pandemic. Today I can stand here on my computer, and if I find a very nice new apartment or a super nice house somewhere closer to the sea, as you can see on a photo here, then I can also easily sign these transactions from the distance wherever I am in the world without having to make any physical visits. Imagine that. And then, of course, also one of the reasons why we were able to implement so many services from so early stage already that almost 20 years ago, Estonia also implemented the electronic identity card, which is today used by 98% of our entire population. And this is a key access to all of our public services. So if you want to, again, declare our taxes, start a new business, also to update your driving license or access your medical records, then you can always use this one single card and one single card only. And of course, it's not only used in our government sector. Today, there is also a chance that you can use these solutions like the identity card. And of course, besides this, we also use the mobile solutions. For accessing your private sector services, you can go access your internet banking. This is your loyalty card. We also travel with this card, and this is our driving license. There is many, many more things that we can use this card for. So if you ever meet an Estonian person, ask them to show you the wallet. And I can tell you that in this small wallet, there is not much. Usually we only carry our credit card and then our identity card, because this is all we need. But now to move over here, also one important aspect when it comes to how do we store information and how information has been exchanged between different platforms is that there is no central database in Estonia. Besides the central database, we actually store and distribute information between thousands of different institutions. And we just exchange them over our decentralized data exchange layer called the X-Road. And this makes, again, the efficiency working in our state, which I, again, mentioned in my first words. And of course, also, besides using the X-Road system, we use a lot of different technologies in order to provide a very secure system. I'm happy to say that Estonia is the first country in the world who also uses blockchain on a national level to provide the integrity of our information. And the key element to Estonia today is, of course, transparency and building trust with our citizens. Today, we also provide our citizens a full transparency by seeing who, at what time of the day, have been looking for their information. There is a solution called Logbook, or the other words, data tracker, and I will show you also this on a practical side of this presentation. How can I see exactly which government agency at what time of the day has been looking which part of my information? That's exactly what kind of transparency and trust we are really looking for. But to move on here, and just bring it up a couple of very essential factors when it comes to building a state that is fully based on technology. Then, of course, we can't expect people to know how to use technology and these solutions like the same that they will learn how to walk. That's not the same and will never be. So that's why from every single government, I would highly suggest to spend a lot of effort also on educating people, providing professional developments and trainings and programs, so that both people who are working in the public sector and, of course, also your citizens would know exactly how do I use these government services? What's the background and what's the most secure way to do that? We can't expect people to know things. It's our responsibility to provide a very, very good education. Secondly, that I want also to address here is that having access to internet has to be available to everybody. And I really, really mean that. Because I don't see a point developing tons of different fancy services for your citizens if not everybody have an access to internet. Because again, that wouldn't be very, this would be discriminating people. Because there would still be people who wouldn't be able to access these services that are functioning online. They wouldn't be part of that. So the first thing for every single state, obviously, should be to provide access to everybody to computers and at the same time also to the internet connection. And then there is 3 principles that I also really wanted to bring it out here before we go to the practical part so that they would understand how have these services been designed in Estonia. It's about once only principle here. It's also about being very citizen-centric. And of course also really designing services that they will be short and simple. Because when we think about, again, how many different people will start using the services, they have completely different backgrounds. There might be people that are in their 80s, and there might be people that are only 16 years old. Think about this. How different is their literacy when it comes to using technology? That's why if you design something in a public sector, please do consider that it has to be simple and understandable to every single person, no matter of the level of the literacy in digitalization. And this is what we have kept in mind since very early days already. And again, to really provide a citizen-centric approach when it comes to design part. Because again, people that are just actively working in technology, they can't be the ones that are only deciding how different services should look like. We need to include every single, people from every single different group of people, so that they would give us the feedback and saying, okay, this sounds too difficult for me. Or maybe this is even a better way of designing this specific service. And once again, remember these three principles here. So when I will show you the practical side and our state portal where all of these magic is happening, then you can really see that we have kept these three principles always in our mind. One thing before, again, we jump to the practical part, I wanted to address also the aspects of security here. And if I would have all of you here together with me in a room, I would ask you a question. If anybody knows, how does international law apply in cyberspace today? Well, I can tell you that there is not a real answer here, because today the world is struggling with the fact that there is not a clear understanding what would be the rules of behavior in cyberspace. And this is also one of the things that Estonia is very actively in United Nations Security Council working for, to really have a framework so that we would know what will happen if one country attacks the other one. And besides this, we can't expect cybersecurity and these incidents only happen and be regulated on the government level or international level. But we also need to provide a very proper education to every single person who uses technology and solutions to know how to do that securely. If you receive a straight email, then the government really have to provide you an education knowing this is what you should do and that's what you shouldn't do. This has been the goal for Estonia for a very long time already, to organize different cyber exercises and to really, really raise the awareness when it comes to the cyber incidents. And a little bit about the future, and again, I can show you these services also in the practical part, but I just wanted to show you where Estonia currently is on the way to go. And we are on a way to really build proactive services so that in the future, maybe when you also have your solutions ready, then you can also make them working proactively so that your citizens there wouldn't even have to ask any kind of services from the government, but the government proactively would provide these services for them. We do have a couple of examples already with the birth certificate. So the parents are offered already child benefits automatically when the child has been born and has been registered to the hospital. And then you can choose your bank account number where you want this money to be transferred to. And then, of course, also AI, which is raising the efficiency of the system so that we don't have to deal with these very manual tasks, but we can replace them by AI technology that is working much more fast and much more efficiently. And we will continuously do, of course, also a very strong collaboration with other countries in the world who also use technology in order to provide e-government services to their citizens, so that we would have data exchange on a cross-border level and we could really exchange information as much as possible. A couple of new challenges and trends as well, and then I promise, as I have said thousands of times already, we will jump to the practical part so that you would see what this is all about. But I wanted to bring it out a couple of challenges that the world and also the Estonia is facing today. First of all, we have a very huge gap when it comes to also cyber in like workforce and also awareness and skills gap in IT and cybersecurity sector, which means that we really need to attract more people to go and continue their careers and studies in the cyber field, or also in general just in IT. This is what we've been trying to do by organizing different events such as cyber battles, or also we are offering a chance to do the military service in cyber, not just in a battlefield, so to really, again, to show that the IT world is actually very cool, and this should be also one of the chances where you should continue your career. Of course, there is much more of vulnerable groups also that needs attention. So when we think about the pandemic time, there had been a lot of Estonians that maybe the elderly people that had not used the computers that often, and right now that was the only chance that they could really get connected with their family. So obviously we needed to teach them also methods how to avoid any kind of attacks and how to be smarter by using technology and operating in the cyber field as well there. So this is definitely, again, focusing on the students and focusing on the elderly people, which are one of the most vulnerable groups when it comes to these incidents today. And now I would finish with this slide, and as we have approximately 15 minutes left, I would now jump to the practical side of this presentation, and we can discover all of these services, how do they operate online, and what exactly I can do by using the state portal so that we can actually see that the story that I was telling you about the efficiency and transparency and really providing a great experience by using government services is functioning very, very well also in our state portal system. So as you can now see as well, we have successfully opened our state portal. I will now choose a method to log into the system and change the language all the way to English. And there is around 4 different options where I can log into the system, either by using my physical identity card, my mobile ID solution, which is based on my SIM card, or using my smart ID solution, which is actually an application on my phone. And there is a 4th additional solution to also use my European Union identity card. I would now choose to go with my mobile ID solution and add here to the system my personal code and then also my phone number here. So what will happen now is that in a second I will receive a notification to my phone that says here that my SIM has played a tone. I will accept this, and now, of course, my phone is smart enough to send me a verification control code. As you can see here on the screen, it's 55 and 3 and 1, and this is exactly the same that also appears on my phone. Now the system asks me my PIN number 1, which I'm adding here to the system, 4 numbers only. So Estonians have actually 2 different PIN codes, PIN number 1 to identify ourselves, and PIN number 2 to also sign and encrypt different documents that we have. Now, I'm here on the main page, and I can again change the language. And I told you many times about the solution called the data tracker. The data tracker, or in other words, also our logbook system. I now chose one of the registries, and the name of this registry is called Population Registry. And by logging here, I can see exactly, right over here, which government agencies, at what time of the day, have been looking my information. As you can see here, the query was just made around 1 minute ago. 1 minute ago, which is 5 minutes past 1. That's the time in Estonia currently. And we can see here on the right side that a citizen made a query about herself from the population registry. So I can even track very easily when I'm checking my own personal information. And again, if there is something here that concerns me, or I would feel that I really don't know why they have been accessing my information, then I can easily report about this, and they really have to start the investigation. Who, at what time of the day, and for what reason was looking for my personal information? That's very, very important, and we do have a couple of cases when there has been people working in public sector or also in private sector, because we can also see the private sector queries here, have been looking for our private information. They have started an investigation, and what has happened is that if it has turned out that they didn't have any proper reason to access our information, then there is punishments because you really have violated the privacy regulations. So this is how we manage that side, because it's the most important thing to Estonia, to build this trust and to show to every single citizen that we care about their information. And their information is their own information, not the government information. And we are just helping them to store this information in the government platforms here. And of course, as you can see, there is also many other portals that we can choose, or we can see again who has been accessing our information. But I will actually jump back to the homepage and just focus a little bit on these live events that we have here on the main homepage. So if you think about why we have selected these services to be actually, again, showed at the homepage here, then these services are the most commonly used services that Estonian citizens use when they log into the state portal. So it's about if you have fallen ill, sadly also still information about COVID-19, then also creating a family, or if there is a baby that has been born into your family. Or also if you change your home address. And you, by the way, in Estonia only have to update your new home address in one single registry, and this is called Population Registry. And this is what you can do exactly right over here without having to inform any other government institutions about this. And then, of course, also, if you want to establish a new company, this is taking from your side maximum half an hour. You can also do that here, and I'm very, very glad to see that this is also considered one of our most popular services, because we really have built an environment where it's easy to operate for businesses, and that's how we have attracted people to start their businesses here. One very popular thing also the Estonians do is that when they buy a new car, they need to change the ownership of the car. And this is, again, something that you can easily do here, absolutely online, without having to go anywhere. And I can tell you the practical and my own example of using this service. So in the summer, I was selling my family car. I didn't have to make any physical visits anywhere. I met up with a buyer at the parking slot. I provided him already all the documents that he needed. We both had our computers with us. We log into the system for the road administration portal. He also transferred me the money, and then automatically we could change the ownership of the car just by signing with our mobile ID solution by using our computers. So I didn't have to make any visits to anywhere. I didn't have to go to the road administration office and do these processes there and even pay for that. I could do that online and really save my time and my money. And this is exactly what these e-government services are meant for. Also, if people have lost their job, they can start seeking for the new job by using these portals. And by the way, our unemployment insurance fund was one of the first government service providers who started using AI technology. And today, if you're looking for a new job, then AI can help you to find a new, better one based on your background and, again, analyzing your previous experience. And going on a pension is also one very popular thing. And I'm happy to tell you that in Estonia, you have to be 65 years old in order to get your retirement money, your pension. In the year 2019, when people still had to apply for the pension by themselves, 97% of our citizens apply for the pension by using online solution. And that shows that in the beginning, we provided a proper education to our citizens. And today, these citizens are actively using the services. Always, education comes first, and then we see the rise of people using the government services. When we go on the left side, there is also a couple of things that I want to bring it out here. There has been a lot of delegations coming to Estonia and asking, how did you make so many people of your population to use these services online so actively? And I can tell you that there is one key element that I would also suggest people who are working on providing e-government services to think about that. If you provide services online, please always try to make the services working, first of all, cheaper, and secondly, faster. For example, if you talk about our work and labor relations or taxes here, specifically taxes side, so declaring taxes was actually one of the first services that the Estonian government started to provide to its people in the year of 1999, early 2000. So today, 98% 8% of our population is declaring their taxes by using this online service. And by the way, if you declare your taxes by using this online service, it's going to take you around 1 or 2 minutes maximum. And you will get your money to your account only in 2 weeks' time. If you decide that, okay, this year I want to go offline, I want to go to Tax and Customs Board office and declare my taxes there in person. What does it mean for you is that, first of all, you need to travel there. We don't have much of a Tax and Customs Board offices here in Tallinn. You have to travel there. You have to wait there in a queue. Then you can declare your taxes, but surprise for you, it's going to take around 4 months to get your return back to your account. 4 months. And now compare these two services. Whether you want to have your tax return on your account in only 2 weeks' time or in 4 months. Obviously, that wasn't an accident that it takes 4 months instead of these 2 weeks. So that's why making services working offline have to be more annoying so that nobody would consider going back and doing things offline. I was talking about the traffic side and changing the ownership of a car, but also what we do very actively in our road administration office is updating our driving license. You have to do that here every 10 years, and in order to do so, you have to have a valid, like the health certificate, or again, you need to have the medical checkup in order to make sure that you are able to drive a car. If you, again, update your driving license by using the online service, it is going to cost you around 20 euros. But if you decide that you actually want to go to the road administration office in person, you have to pay around 29 euros. And if you think about this 9 euros, this is the same as one lunch here. So you can save your money. And this is what we really, really have tried to do with providing different services so that they have to be much more cheaper, faster, and much more comfortable for you to use. There's many, many services that we could also talk about here. Also, for example, the educational thing. If you don't think about the time of pandemic, then there wasn't much of a trouble for Estonian kids here. Because even when I used to go to high school, we had our school managing platforms. I could easily log in there and see all of my grades, my assignments, if there is any kind of feedback from my teacher. I could easily get access there, and also my parents did. So for kids here who had to stay at home by the time of pandemic, they could just continue learning from their own personal computer. They just had the classes taking place over the video. So this is, again, one of the just examples here that all of the job that we had done like many, many years ago really paid off and showed us that it was all worth that when the pandemic hit the world here. And of course, also, when we click on one of the services as well here, what we also do show to our people is a lot of information. But this information has to be short and simple principle, which I mentioned in the beginning. So, for example, we can see here also just the main information about our taxes when you establish a company, or how much startup capital you need to have here. There is a very, very short and simple overview of different kind of regulations as well here, so that nobody would have to go to Google and just trying to search for that information. We need to be always 100% sure that the information we see is the most up-to-date information, which government portals have provided to us. And this is exactly what we do with these portals, so that information will be collected together. So for every single citizen, it would feel like a one-stop shop. If I need information, I just log into the state portal and I see everything that I need from there. And of course, also, besides this, you can see different laws, you can see the related articles or different related institutions that are responsible for providing this service, so that everything, again, is very transparent and gives you a very proper overview how to get access to these services and what kind of information you actually need from this part of as well here. Even some of the funny things here, if you think about the culture and leisure here, I'm pretty sure that also people that are listening today, us here, are some of you might like to go fishing. In Estonia, there is a regulations, as in many other places in the world, where you need a fishing license in order to go fishing. You don't have to think about that. Maybe in 2 weeks' time, I want to go fishing, so now I need to go show up at this institution and to apply for the fishing license. If you are already fishing and you feel, oh my God, I just forget about my fishing license, you can grab your phone right over here and apply for your fishing license also on a phone, pay the fee, which is around €1, and then you can get already your fishing license on your phone. So when there is somebody coming to control you, you already have this on your phone and you can show that this is all fine here. We also have Christmas around the corner, and there is a lot of state forest here. So one of the solutions is also that you can go with your family to the forest, cut the tree, and pay for that on your phone, and again get this kind of QR to show that you have paid for this Christmas tree, so that you haven't steal that one from the forest. So once again here, if we have a look at this portal here, I guess everybody can agree with me here that this really serves the concept of being short and simple and understandable, and you wouldn't really have tons of questions. Where do you access the services? How do I do that? And for our citizens, this is the main thing to do. And of course, also every time that we log out from the system here, we ask feedback from our citizens so that they would know exactly. They would know exactly what to suggest to the state in order to make the services working even better. So what is my conclusion here? My conclusion here is to always, when you think about designing and building e-government services, to always have in mind that how would our citizens feel like? And if it's not a pleasant feeling, or every time that you access the services, you're not happy, or you don't feel that you had a great experience, then something is wrong. And this is, again, something that has been in our mind and in our strategies since the day number one we started providing our e-government services to really make sure that our people have the best experience communicating with our state. Thank you very much from my side, and I wish you a very pleasant day.
Dear Annette, thank you so much. It was very interesting, and I'm happy to say that afterwards we also have a little bit time for discussion and questions. I already see that there are some questions from workshop environment, what you have asked from Annette, so I'm very happy that some of you have already found the workshop environment. Those who haven't found it, I strongly advise you, please go to your emails, find from there the email where the workshop link is. It's just like a Zoom, but with, let's say, with a better picture quality. And you're very welcome to upvote the questions there or ask your own questions. So hopefully I will see many more questions there for our discussion part. But now I'm happy to present our next speaker, who will afterwards also join with us in the conversation. But our next speaker will guide you through the first steps towards the information society. I'm happy to welcome on the stage Mr. Innar Liiv from TalTech University.
Good day, everybody. My name is Innar Liiv, and I am an associate professor of data science from Tallinn University of Technology. I will talk to you today about one of very special topics for me, which is Estonian e-government. And actually, the goal is to give you a brief introduction to e-governance, what are the first steps towards information society. And as a disclaimer, I must say that I will try to gear this presentation in a way that it will not be like a normative or what things you should do, because this very much depends on your own local political situation, technological situation, and it is the main role of the local people. But I will focus and concentrate on the aspects of what we have learned over the course of the development of e-government systems and e-governance in general, and I will then hope that some of those lessons could be applied in your situation as well. So the agenda of this presentation will have 4 aspects, as you have seen also from the work plan. Is that number 1, I will try to emphasize and perhaps inspire with some examples of what have been our key steps to changing the mindset. I will give the brief general overview of that and also touch some of the specific examples that we have. Secondly, I will try to touch on the aspect of the role and necessity and our real situation of using and the interplay of national strategies, sector plans, and legislation, and their interplay with the development of electronic government and electronic systems in general. Thirdly, I will talk about how to ensure the political will to invest into ICT and make ICT part of each sector plan. But of course, again, here I must emphasize that it will be mainly about how we have done it and what has been our example. Some of those might be able to be applied to your case, but it always has to be custom tailored. And the final topic will be about how we see the role of private partnerships, meaning that what is the ecosystem and the interplay between government and private sector in ensuring the sustainability of digitalization, digital transformation activities and projects. Now the story of eEstonia. In a way, for me, everybody has their different story for that, but for me, it started mainly when government took nearly all its services online in 2003 with the eEstonia state portal, meaning that a lot of services were combined into one system. It was done at that time for desktop computers and browser-based. Of course, nowadays everybody's in the mobile, so the channel is always, of course, very important to address as well, and it has to follow the natural and the real usage of on-the-ground usage. Now, the country, I must say, as a disclaimer, that at least the technology community considers that the country's innovative digital governance was not a result of a carefully crafted master plan, but it was more like a pragmatic and cost-efficient response to budget limitations. In essence, or in short, our goal was not from start to create very strong and wonderful systems for the e-government, but it was more about how to make use of our current very limited resources in a maximal time. And second thing what helped, of course, is that when Estonia regained independence, we did not have any legacy software or even legacy hardware, and we could basically we could start from the beginning, from scratch in a way. I would say that it's very similar to current situation with the mobile-based systems, that basically the whole world can also start from scratch, not to continue with desktop systems. Of course, at that time, it helped in Estonia that citizens trusted their politicians after Estonia regained independence, because trust is like a credit or a gas for a car. You can only go as far with the changes and systems as citizens are able to trust the politicians and the people working in public sector. And of course, in Estonia, in turn, politicians trusted country's engineers who had no commitment to the legacy hardware and software systems to build something new. So in a way, it was twofold. We had some things what we had to do, and secondly, engineers could actually propose that with this kind of technology, we could actually do this and that kind of things. And then it was up to politicians to make sense of that and to choose the main priorities. Now, one of the greatest success stories, at least from the point of view of academia, because it's always the stories and storytelling very much different from public sector and the entrepreneurs and academia. But I must say that it was a big thing that Estonia introduced what is called the once only principle, which meant originally and still does that state is not allowed to ask citizens for the same information twice. What it means is that, of course, it's a ever-moving target. And we also, it's a big challenge to keep up to date with that for us as well. But the main goal or main point of that was that at least we should thrive for the goal that whenever we're building the systems, we always think that if this system needs one or another information, how is it possible to get that information without asking the person? Maybe already the government or some department in state has it, and maybe we can just use it not to ask the same information again and again. There are some exceptions, for example, with the person's address, when having the data up to date and refreshed sometimes can be included in the system, but there are all those nitty and gritty things. Now, just as an example, so what does it mean? So if you give an address or a family member's name to Census Bureau, the health insurance provider will not ask for you for it again from you. And they cannot make you repeat the information that is already stored in the database again. It might sound like a small thing, but actually if you think about it, then this kind of approach forces systems to be carefully thought through. And if we think about the validation or does it make sense for the rest of the world or only for example, then I must say that for us it was a great success story that actually from our success story, European Commission also initiated a huge pilot which is called Once Only Principle, with a goal, at least originally, for 2023 to have all different parties asking the same information only once, so that it work throughout the Europe. Which means that the goal was to take the innovation from to scale it up from one country to the whole European Union. Now, how have we approached to the question where to find innovation or where to start with digitizations, where to start with our projects? Then I would actually, not everything is or has to be invented in locally or in Estonia. We have actually very much appreciated the famous Capgemini MIT report and guideline for the digital transformation $4 billion organization worldwide. So meaning that changing and digitizing government and making very large organizations very efficient is not that different at all. And what this model or report showed is that there are actually 3 places where you can find efficiency and real value with making things digital. Those three places are, number 1, the customer aspect, or all the points where you actually interact with the citizen. You can carefully look at that. How can you make that digital? How can you change things there? And of course, how can you learn from that experience? Meaning that all the interactions with the state also leave behind data. You can actually learn that and see where the wisdom of crowds is. Secondly, where there is main value be created with digitization is, of course, making your own organizations and operations efficient. It's the second one, the operational aspect, so that you can digitize processes, you can engage different workers in public sector organizations, and of course measure how things are going, measure how fast the organizations are replying to citizens and so on. And thirdly, and last but not definitely least, for the sources to find innovation is some of the is like innovation and completely new things what can be done only now because of digitalization. So not taking something old into digital channels or doing old things in a new way, but thinking in a way, in a brainstorming way, that now that we have all those digital opportunities, what else could we do? How can we bring more efficiency to the society, more innovation, more entrepreneurship, and so on? So that's the third completely different way from making things efficient and just making the experience better. And one example of where Estonia has used this change of mindset, what is perhaps a very good use case to show, is that classically tax and custom boards are all about collecting tax. So the focus or the sentiment has been that tax offices are all about a bit like have a negative sentiment for in the minds of entrepreneurs and people because they are just collecting the tax. But actually, Estonia about 5 years ago started to change this approach in a way that to think that can we actually use the information in tax offices even better. For example, this picture shows that one project in Estonia where the tax office started to collect information about companies and their networks between companies and their supply chains and so on, what for original reasons was mainly for risk to collect, to find fraud better. But then the change of mindset was that now that we have this kind of information in our public sector, what else can we do? Can we find out the general structure and dynamics of the society, the interplay between sectors, and so on. So it showed that it's a different game completely. Now national strategies and sector plans. Of course, communication is everything, and vision needs communication. So even engineers can't say that national strategies are not necessary, but one, of course, aspect in Estonia or different opinions have been that there has been always this clash that what should be the real role and balance between national strategies and innovation and what comes first and what is the interplay and risks in either way. In Estonia, we can openly say that innovation has often happened outside of national strategies and sector plans, but it doesn't mean, again, that it has to be. Sometimes even things go like that. So, and what is the key is, of course, that it very much depends on the centralization, the current centralization of public sector and government and the dynamics of government. However, the more we have evolved those systems, of course, we have started to understand that it makes very much sense even to start with definitions. So one aspect is national strategies and sector plans, but another and even more fundamental foundation is to start with definitions. Just to give an example, in UK, 2 months ago, it was presented, the national AI strategy was presented to the parliament. So AI meaning artificial intelligence. But even if we have all heard about that in newspapers and media and social media and so on, then the reality is that not everybody commonly understands what do they mean exactly by AI, which also means that if there is a miscommunication in that, then the innovation is much slower. Just as an example, how OECD is coping that, OECD just 2 years ago actually had a special task force to sit down and discuss, just as an example, what would one technological term like AI mean? And they came up with this specific definition and weighing all the different words and sentences very carefully. Now, the other question, of course, is that should there be a specialized legislation on e-governance, meaning that should there be one general umbrella legislation, or should it be integrated and included in all different legal acts? Our current stance or common understanding has been so far that there should not be a lot of specialized legislations just on e-governance, and that necessary provisions for e-government should be in all different applicable legislations to avoid creating parallel systems. I was myself part of a legal task force designing autonomous transportation system entities driving around in Estonia, and we also had a very deep discussions whether there should be one general autonomous vehicle legal act, or we should include and integrate all the different aspects of that into different parts of our current legislation. And the conclusion was that that latter one would be more correct in Estonian case. Of course, that said, data protection is essential, and e-identification, so they must be established and regulated by the law. In our university, Professor Katrin Metcalf is one of the key players in that field. Now, what we have done and what has been our fundamental legislation for digital transformation, it lies on a set of different building blocks what we have introduced. For example, we already in '97 we introduced the Database Act. Later we introduced the Public Information Act, and always there's the sequence what makes it, it's like a defining sequence what delivers the outcome. Already 21 years ago, we set in law the Digital Signatures Act, meaning that we can actually sign digitally our documents, and it is legally binding and equivalent with classical signatures. We also introduced the Personal Data Protection Act. We have had several principles of Estonian information policy. We have had lots of action plans of Estonian information policy. We introduced also Estonian Digital Agenda. We continue to update that. And recently we have also introduced the principles for managing services and governing information, so that every service would also have like a sponsor and person or entity responsible for that, and that would be clearly defined. And also very recently we introduced the Cybersecurity Act, which earlier was also present in different legal documents, but now is a separate act. So just as a comment or an example how we have thought about ensuring political will to invest into ICT and make ICT part of each sector's plan, is of course there's lots about change management and leadership. This goes without saying, but it's also very much about raising awareness of e-governance, general awareness raising campaigns. We have also ourselves somewhat understood that it's often very much about starting with the quick wins, meaning that the more we have those quick wins, which gives technology people and politicians some positive feedback, the better it is to go forward that. Of course, it helps to be open that digitalization is not politically neutral, but that ICT can actually work as a crowbar, so to help politicians solve whatever problems they see in a society in a more efficient way, in a more faster and convenient way. And of course, something that our politicians have often understood is that innovation itself creates international social and political capital, meaning that if we manage to create some new innovations, then actually the whole world is looking, and it's possible to use that and leverage that in other situations as well. Now, what is the role of public-private partnerships? And again, the role, according to one opinion, is that I would say that number one, goal and role is just the sustainability of the digital transformation activities and projects, meaning that if there is ongoing and present collaboration with public sector and private companies, then there is higher chance that the development process and the development goals in general are more sustainable and not just one ad hoc and bursting events in time. Secondly, of course, there is this definite high probability that not all competencies are within that specific public sector organization, what is currently trying some innovation. So already because of that, it makes sense to use the competencies where they are, typically scattered around also in the private sector. There's an important issue also about the role dynamics, meaning that public sector employees who have been there for a long time might not want to change things that simply. But of course, if we introduce and integrate the innovation with the private sector, then already it in itself forces some change to happen. Private companies, at least by definitions, should be able to move faster and develop new technologies faster, so that even just as an example, so if there's a development organized from within and by the public sector itself, it might innovate slower or keep using the same and prove technologies, but private sector companies are, of course, as I told, by definition, always trying to get their hands on newer and more efficient technologies. And of course, one thing that shouldn't be underestimated is that the development of e-government systems in every country using the private companies provides a lot of growth opportunities and for the local small and medium enterprises, and also empowers them, so that they can start with their projects locally. They can develop the projects for your government, and then start to export that knowledge already to the whole world. So with that, I will actually conclude my presentation. I have two quick remarks that we in academia always think that we should always take all new innovations to not to take the discussions not just to software or private or public sectors, but also to academia. So I really encourage that whenever you are doing something wonderful in your region, then reach out to academia, write about it, get collaborations all around the world, and then you can actually spark discussion much further than just in some companies. So with that, I thank you all for listening, and I would be happy to answer questions or discuss it in the panel afterwards. So thank you.
Thank you, Inna, so much for this very interesting presentation. And now I'm happy to say that, let's say that next presentation will be extremely or especially interesting for us, the Estonians who are also listening to this workshop. That's because we will speak about the digitalization and e-governance situation in Mauritania. For that, I am very happy to invite to our virtual stage Mr. Mohamed Lemine Salihi, who will present the state of digitalization in Mauritania. Please.
Merci. Est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Thank you. Can you hear me properly?
Je peux continuer. Est-ce que c'est bon?
Can I continue? The gentleman is saying. Can you listen to me?
Yes, we are listening to you. We hear you.
OK. Donc, on On profite de la présentation ou je présente oralement comme ça?
I'm going to do my presentation like this orally, or I use my slides. So what you prefer?
We see your slide also.
Ok. Comment je peux gérer les slides?
Okay, how can I gérer? How can I manage the slides? So, thank you. I'm not going to be very long. I'm going to be quick. Sarah, we started to the feasibility study. So we do an inventory of all the services to be loaded online, and this allowed us to apply a roadmap. After having this roadmap, we managed, we made a comparison, but the sound is constantly interrupted. We cannot perform a proper translation. In fact, it's been interrupted completely. So I'm going to insist on this road mount. It was a bit ambitious, and we wanted to make a central pattern because we have 4 million inhabitants in our country. So we wanted to make something centrally which allowed we created a central platform that is going to be finished as a database at the end of this year. There are parallel services online which should be completed in 2022. And then we should have been able to digitalize an online service to have 110 services online in 2024. And then we should have more services in 2024. And now it's difficult. We have in the position 116. So if we want to do this progress, I might apologize. I am the translator, but the sound is constantly interrupted.
Next one, please.
Next slide, please. So here people can find access to all the services in this central platform. This will be used as a useful workflow for all the documents to have documents. All the payment of services will be digitalized and added online, and this is going to lead us to create the platform which we are going to see in the next slide. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. The speaker is requesting. So this would lead to a portal in which we could access to services for the different ministerial departments. So the idea is to have only the first entry point to fire some common references which communicate information in an efficient way. So we want to share information in the same place and share it with everybody. In 2024, we will have the first services online, and in 2025, 120 services. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Salihi. This was very valuable insight for us to understand more where you are with your e-governance journey. And I'm happy to say that now we have a little bit time also to some questions. I'm happy to see that there are some questions in workshop environment, and I will start with them. Annette, as you were the first one, also who presented then the first question, also maybe for you and Innar, if you want to then add something there. First was that how to measure the e-governance benefits or impact. Is it possible to measure it with some, I don't know, time, money, and so?
Well, definitely there are measurements as well, but in Estonia it's been a very difficult process just because we've been implementing these solutions for the last 20 plus years, around 27 years since we started with the first document. So we've been always saying, like, if you want to have the real numbers, it's not much things to compare with. But there are a couple of numbers that Estonia has been able to kind of like calculate with, for example, using the identity cards and giving the online, like the signatures. So with this card, every citizen here saves approximately 5 days per year, and the government saves 2% of GDP. Besides this, of course, also sustainability side is something very important for us, and the environment side. So, for example, in every single month, so that we don't use the papers in the public sector, we are saving approximately the same amount of paper as tall as the Eiffel Tower. So that's also just an overview in a way. And of course, also by the money aspect as well, like just the cost and the budget side. So we've been trying to just calculate also how much of the money we spend on digitalization every single month or every single year in a way, and it's approximately 1% of entire state budget in a year, which is not much either. And also when we think about developing new services, then it's approximately taking only 4 months to replace the money that you spend on development that really get already the benefits from using the services. So there are a couple of things that we can calculate here, but I must say that it is pretty difficult, especially when we consider how long this process actually has been.
Thank you. Innar, would you like to add?
I may add that you know, from academia, we can look at it from like a bird eye view, or from a general perspective of how all countries are moving, and definitely Estonia also wants to move that direction. So the time and money aspect is, of course, the obvious. But we can see that the innovation leaders are also moving slightly into like measuring the happiness of people, which can be a challenge. And of course, now after the United Nations introduced the Sustainable Development Goals, then all countries, and also Estonia, is trying to number one, measure how far are we compared to those agreed goals, and secondly, that how are our digital systems actually impacting and helping us and contributing to achieving those sustainable development goals. And I am sure that this is also a big topic for our colleagues today.
Thank you. Dr. Salihi. Oh, sadly, we just lost you. But there are more questions for you too, so we are not ended up yet. One of the questions were actually, you mentioned in your presentation the matter of trust, the importance of trust towards politicians and public sector. And how it, first thing is that why it's so important, and the other part is how to achieve it. Because I think in many countries, that's one of the issues, how to achieve the trust.
Well, there are definitely no simple answers to that, but But the main dilemma or this discussion, what I have even recently seen, and especially in COVID-19 times, is that we could do all and everything with this, with using the data that we have in government, if only the Data Protection Act or the Data Protection Office would not be there. But I actually have I used to, as an engineer, I used to think about that aspect as well for a long time and having that kind of opinion. But the more I have thought about the issue, then of course now I have tried to understand that the stronger and clearer rules we have for protecting private persons' data and their interests, the more trust they're able to give back, or basically that the more we create the feeling that the data and their services and their interests are covered, the more trust we get. And again, the more trust we get, the more we are able to develop our services and systems. So there are no silver bullet for creating trust, but definitely it is necessary to have that dialogue constantly and to enhance that.
Thank you. Dr. Salihi here mentioned in his presentation the plans that for the year 2024 and 2025, how many e-services they already want to have for the citizens. But Annette, I think definitely you have had to answer this question already many times, I think. But how to motivate citizens to use the e-services? Is there any kind of examples how it have been done?
I would say Estonia has been very successful with this because we have done a very good communication. And every time that I, again, advise different governments like how to make your citizens to really use these services, then try to communicate them what are the benefits. Because if the government is just in the center where they are and saying, okay, these are the new services we have developed, but not communicating what are the benefits for every single citizen, then I don't see a point of even starting using these services. So it has to be in a point where I feel that if I will start using the service, this is how much time, money, and everything that I will win.
And again, concrete carrots?
Sorry?
Any concrete carrots? What can?
Well, for example, when we started implementing the identity card 20 years ago, Estonian government representatives and these public sector people went to the marketplaces, really the real marketplaces where they sell also grocery stuff and all the stuff that you can buy from the markets. And there was a box with a government box. And they were stopping people and saying, oh, have you already got yourself the identity card? Have you already used that one? So just please come over here. We can show you how to use that. This is what you can do with a card. So again, like I said in my presentation, you can't expect people to know how to use these services or what to do with these things. You have to be the helping hand by the government aspect. And I would say the campaigns we had since the very early days already were very successful. And I do hope that also there is something to copy from that.
Actually, we will dive more deeply into this topic, the skills importance, tomorrow in our workshop. But one of the things, or what I have heard in many times, that when we speak about the e-governance, and then the people are saying that, oh, you are so small country, for you it's so easy to do. But is it the size of the country have any kind of influence in building an e-governance strategy or implementation of e-governance services?
I think that technologically it's not that different, but I think the implementation plan has to be different. But the example of our once only showed that it sometimes makes sense to test it out, pilot in a smaller society and before scaling out. And secondly, as we also saw from our colleagues' slides about their challenges, then one challenge what they had to develop the reporting systems and ETL systems and integrations and business intelligence and data reporting systems, then this is actually an example where it is not about the size of the society and number of people, but actually the number of different systems that you have to integrate and different systems that you have to remake and re-implement or refactor. But this is always a very big challenge. So whenever the services are based on data, and bringing different parties together, then actually the challenges that we saw in our colleagues' slides are also present in Estonia, and so those kind of challenges are the same.
Thank you. Actually, the last question, I think very intriguing question a little bit in workshop environment, what I see here, is that both of you, very shortly, that your personal view that when you should prioritize, or what is the most important e-service for you, or where should start the country?
I would say try to find a service that most of the people are using, and this is the reason why also Estonia started with tax declaration, because this is pretty much influencing everybody. Everybody will pay taxes, and this is a service that you anyway need to do. And usually, especially when you compare with different countries, that is the most painful service, especially, for example, like in US, where people hire accountants to do these tax declarations for them. Like, try to, again, always go for a service that is mostly used so that you would see the benefits much more. So that would be my advice.
So, Innar, what you will prioritize?
I think whatever Anette told was very correct, but I would personally actually go even to prioritize like a new and a meta service of a service that would answer to a citizen the question, where are my things, or how long more? So basically, if we are so accustomed to seeing when we transport or ship some things, the tracking code and where our things are currently. But if the government could actually show or tell us where are our things, where is our application, how much more, I think that would be the core. I would definitely focus on that.
Oh, actually, now the new idea came from here. So thank you for both of you about this very good discussion. Now we will have a short break. And after that, we will be back here to go more deeply and speak about the digital identity or the core elements of e-governance. We will be back here at sharply 2:30. So hopefully you will have a good break and will be back with us here in workshop environment. Thank you.
Welcome to this demonstration of e-governance solutions based on experience from Estonia, a country widely recognized as one of the world's leading digital societies. This presentation is prepared for you by the members of the Estonian ICT cluster in partnership with the Estonian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In this demonstration, we look at the different ways a citizen can use public sector services. We start with registering the birth of a child, and then registering the child for school, e-health solutions, business activities, the border crossing system, justice systems, and real estate transactions. At the end of the presentation, we will look at how financial transactions accrue to the state budget management system and how information is exchanged between the systems using an interoperability system called the Unified Exchange Platform. To get started, the citizen will use their unique digital ID number to log into the citizen portal, a central gateway to all public sector services. He or she enters their personal ID number and password and presses login using Smart ID. A verification code is then sent to their mobile phone, and once they verify their identity with the PIN number, they are logged in. The same login procedure is used to access any public sector service in Estonia. As we can see, Michael Williams is logged into the system, and there is information automatically pulled in from the person and marriage registries. Michael is married to Jean Williams, and they have 2 children. Today, Michael and Jean are celebrating the birth of a new child, and since it was a home birth, Michael needs to register the birth in the person registry. He therefore enters the registry and starts the process by entering his ID code and Jean's, chooses the gender of the child, the date and time of the birth, and the weight and height of the child. Once this information has been submitted, the birth is registered. We can see information about the new child in the citizen portal. However, the child does not yet have a name. In fact, every new child gets their digital ID before they get their given name. To register the name of their child, Michael once again enters the person registry, where after entering the name for the child, George, the process is completed. Looking at the citizen portal, we can now see that the information about the child is complete. While in the citizen portal, Michael notices that George's sister, Maria, has not been registered for school yet. To register Maria for school, Michael uses the eSchool system. Before Michael can start, though, the administrator of the eSchool system must open the registration process. The eSchool system is used to manage student and teacher information, curricula, class scheduling, grading, and communication between students, teachers, parents, and government officials. The administrator starts the admission process and loads new student information from the population and address registries. It is now possible for Michael to register Maria for school, so he selects one of the 3 schools presented to him. The school selection is based on where Jean and Michael live, the local school district, and other factors. Michael selects the first option presented, and his choice is automatically sent to the eSchool system. The administrator of the system can now see the school selection by the parents and can confirm the selection. In the citizen portal, we can see now that Maria has a designated school. Next, we look at the Ehealth Systems. In this scenario, Michael is taken to the hospital by ambulance, and we can see how patients are registered in the hospital and provided an initial diagnosis in the hospital information system. For expediency, we can see that Dr. Martens is already logged into the system. To get the patient registration started, the doctor enters Michael's ID number. At this point, Dr. Martens has already examined Michael, so he can enter both the registration and the initial diagnosis. He enters that Michael arrived at the hospital by ambulance, selects the diagnosis from the standard classification database. In this case, he selects pneumonia. As a comment on arrival, he enters high fever, difficulty breathing. Once he saves the information, we can see Michael's full medical history, including the diagnosis just provided. In this screen, the doctor can also issue a prescription for Michael. He enters amoxicillin as the medication at a strength of 1,000 milligrams to be taken orally, and the name of the specific medicine from the selection. He enters the prescription date and when the prescription will expire, 2 weeks from the issue date. He also enters instructions for how the medication has to be taken, and once again selects pneumonia from the standard classification of conditions. As notes, he enters heavy fluid intake, doctor visit in 1 week. With all the information entered and the prescription ready, Michael can now collect the medicine from the pharmacy. When Michael goes to the pharmacy, the pharmacist enters Michael's personal ID to see all prescriptions issued to Michael. We can see that Michael has an older prescription which has already been used and the new one just issued. When issuing the medicine to Michael, the pharmacist receives information about other medications with the same active ingredient. In this case, the pharmacist will continue with the medicine prescribed, and hopefully Michael will be feeling better soon. Next, we will look at business-related activities. Michael is starting a new company, and he enters the business portal to carry out the registration. We can see that he is an owner of one company already. To start the registration of the new company, he enters the company name, International Logging Limited, and Forestry and Logging is added as its business activity. After entering the starting share capital of the company and the company address, he enters his ID number as the shareholder and declares that he will own 100% of the company with a seat on the company board. Once he saves the information, the Memorandum of Association is generated, and after he signs it digitally, the company is registered. Coming back to the starting page, we now see that he is the owner of 2 companies. While already in the system, Michael will also declare taxes for the other company he owns. After entering the tax registry, Michael selects the first of the 2 companies he owns and chooses the year and quarter he's declaring tax for. As he enters 100,000 euros as the revenue and 80,000 as the cost of goods sold, we can see automatic calculations below for his tax obligations. After entering 5,000 for the business expenses and a depreciation of 2,000, we see that the total tax due is 1,560 euros. After saving the data, Michael can choose to distribute dividends, and after selecting 50,000 euros, we can see that as he is the sole shareholder, the full amount will be paid out to him. Next, we look at the State Border Administration. As Michael's companies deal with timber exports, he often needs to cross the state border. If he just drives to the border and waits in the queue, it would take a long time. Fortunately, he can use the queue management system to provide the necessary documents and reserve a time for crossing the border in advance. After he enters the system, he must choose the border crossing point, followed by the queue type. Priority queue is for perishable and dangerous goods, and live queue is without the specified time for crossing the border. As Michael knows the exact time he will be crossing the border, he chooses the pre-reserved queue. After selecting a time for crossing the border, he enters his ID number, name, travel document number, vehicle registration number, and vehicle type. In his case, truck with goods. After verifying the data, the information is automatically available to the Border Patrol and Customs officials. As the final step in the registration, Michael makes a payment to cover the border crossing fee. Let's switch hats and look at the system from the border official's side. He can see information about all cars, trucks, and buses coming to the border in advance. And as we can see, Michael's registration is at the bottom of the list. There is a clipboard icon next to Michael's registration, which means that he has been automatically and randomly selected to go through an in-depth customs check. There are other notifications in the list. A green mark next to the name means that the data comes directly from the population registry, and a red warning means that the person has a criminal record. In one case, we see a notification flag by the ID number. When clicking on detail, the official can see that this person has a history of human trafficking. Armed with this kind of advanced knowledge, the Border Patrol and Customs officials can prepare and schedule the workload for the smooth passage of vehicles across the border. Continuing with our presentation, we now look at e-justice solutions. In this scenario, Michael has a conflict with a business partner, and he has decided to go to court against them. To enter the claim, Michael enters the commercial court solution from the citizen portal. He's given a choice whether to enter the claim on behalf of himself as a person or as a company representative. He chooses the latter. To get the claim started, he chooses International Timber Limited as the claimant and selects Defendant Advance Exports from the list of companies retrieved directly from the business registry. Next, he is presented with the choice of case types. He selects contract violation and for the claim summary, delinquent payments. He chooses to add a proof of claim document to the case to complete the claim info, and now he is once again required to pay a state fee. After entering the credit card information, the card number, expiry date, and security code, and submitting the payment, the claim is now entered into the e-justice system. To see where the claim goes next, we need to log into the system as a court clerk. For the purposes of the demonstration, the login process is simplified. In real life, the clerk would use their ID number-based authentication method. Once logged in, the clerk can see the new claim in the dashboard, with the status pending. And upon opening it, the detailed claim information is displayed. To register the case, the clerk starts by selecting a judge. When selecting the judge, she notices that there are red notifications next to the names of some of the judges, which means that they're not best suited for this particular case, based on the workload of the judge, expertise, or a potential conflict of interest. As Justice Bert Alfred does not have any conflicts, she goes forward with him as the judge for the case. After registering the case, the clerk continues with scheduling a hearing. She starts by selecting a suitable date and time from the calendar. As we can see, the calendar is synchronized with the judge's calendar. To choose participants in the hearing, the list of shareholders of both companies is directly retrieved from the business registry. She selects all of them, Michael Williams as the claimant, and Anthony Jones and Stephen Ellison representing the defendant. Now that the hearing is registered, notifications are automatically sent to all participants. Moving forward in time, the judge now logs into the system during the hearing. Upon opening the case, now with the status of pre-trial, he can enter the judgment information by selecting the judgment type, in this case, consent judgment. He can also upload any case-related documents. After choosing fine for defendant as a sanction and entering fine of 10,000 euros as the judgment summary, he completes the hearing and effectively the case. As we can see, the process is fully automated, and all steps other than the hearing can be handled without the claimant or the defendant ever having to physically come to the courthouse. As a matter of fact, if both parties provide adequate documentation and the case is clear, the judge can render the judgment without a physical hearing. Continuing the demonstration, we now look at real estate transactions. In the real estate section of the Citizen portal, we can see that Michael already owns one property in Kenya. As he is interested in buying another property, he enters the land registry. After verifying his identity, he can look at his properties or start a search for a property. Upon selecting the property he is interested in from the search results, he is provided with detailed information, such as ownership information, map view of the location, and a street view of the property and surrounding area. In another view, he can look at tax zone information. Once he decides that he is interested in the property and has negotiated the purchase with the current owner, Stephen Ellison, they can complete the transaction in the land registry. Once Stephen Ellison logs into the system and selects the property from the list of his properties, he can start the change ownership process. As they have agreed that the payment for the property is already deposited in an escrow account, he can complete all the steps from his side, and Michael will complete the transaction. He starts the process by selecting Michael Williams as the new owner. Next, he needs to pay the state tax for the transaction, after which he can sign the sales contract. We can see from the status of the transaction that to achieve the completion, Michael needs to sign the contract as well. When Michael logs into the system, he sees a notification of a new transaction. Once he opens the transaction, he can verify that the taxes have been paid and the contract is already signed by Stephen Ellison. After signing the contract, the transaction is completed and he is now the proud owner of the property. The land registry can also be used to manage tax payments for existing properties. We follow the steps of a multiple property owner, Adam Smith, to see the property tax management process. Upon entering the payments section of the registry, Adam can see the payments due and settle the payments directly in the system. He can also view the statistical and historical tax information for his properties. As we have gone through the many different interactions that a person can have with the state, let's look at what it looks like from the other side. Throughout the demonstration, there have been different fee and tax payments made in the system. All those payments accrue to the state budget management system. The budget management system is a small banking system hosted by the Budget Authority, where the government and public sector institutions act as customers. The system's main objective is to administer and supervise government and public sector spending. In the budget management system, a state official can see various information on the status of budget accrual for the state, such as the budgeted amount, payments received to date, and the comparison of budget accrual versus the plan. Diving deeper into the payments received, the official can see the payments for the border crossing, state fees for the court procedures, and land registry operations already visible in the system. Throughout the demonstration, we have also seen that information is actively exchanged between different systems and registries. For example, the information about persons, their family, medical data, property, and court case-related information. To facilitate the fast and secure exchange of data between systems, a dynamic interoperability platform is used. In Estonia, this system is called X-Road. The same system is available to all countries around the world as the Unified Exchange Platform. Let's look at the visualization of the data moving between the systems. After refreshing the data, we see the latest transactions. On the left, we can see that the information has been exchanged between different services, such as for persons, students, companies, and other services. The services are within different service providers, which in turn are under the jurisdiction of different ministries and organizations. For example, the Person Registry, Business Registry, and Citizen Portal are under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Home Affairs. The e-school system is under the Ministry of Education. Hospital information systems are managed by hospitals, and so on. Below, we can see a visualization of the different services and systems that are exchanging data, starting with the Citizen Portal receiving information about marriages, students, owners of properties, company ownership, schools, and persons. We can also see information from different connected systems. This presentation has been brought to you by the ICT Cluster in cooperation with the Estonian Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Welcome back. Hopefully you had a good break and are now ready to go on. So let me remind you that if you are in the workshop platform, even if you are looking it on the big screen all in the one room still, please log on also via your mobile phone, for example, into workshop, because this is the environment where you can ask the questions. You find there in the agenda the question answer button, and please share your question there, or you can upvote the other questions made by other people. So our next session, we will speak about digital society foundations. What are the core elements in order to build up the most secure digital society? And for that, I'm happy to invite to the stage our next panel discussion moderator. I can say definitely digital-minded leader, Ms. Tuuli Bärenson, who will guide you through the next very exciting discussions and presentation. Tuuli, please.
Dear participants, welcome to the panel discussion where we are going to speak together with our honored guests about digital society foundations. We will start with two presentations that will be about the cornerstone of digital governance. First, digital identity, and second, interoperability. Starting with the first one. Please give a warm welcome to Raul Kaidra, who has taken care of the Estonian eID for the past 15 years. He has the full overview of identity lifecycle management in both physical and electronic realm. Raul Walter ensures that the desired combination of management consulting, technical, strategic, and legal expertise and operational knowledge will be delivered to all who need it. And if that sounded a bit too good to be true, then actually he is still a human being and a pretty fun guy to work with. Welcome on stage, Raul.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me here. I'm about to talk to you about the main or the basic foundation brick in terms of the digitalization process as such. Without further ado, I will cut it rather short. I will make a short introduction, and Tuuli already tried to provide me a rather fun introduction as well. Thank you for that. But in very short, I am kind of an engineer. I've been solving problems in terms of the Estonian e-state for the past more than 15 years now. I've been doing this also rather, I can say, pretty much all around the world, in different places, different countries. I used to be the manager of trust services in the Estonian trust service provider SK ID Solutions, who you will meet also during these 2 days. I used to be part of the team that was behind the Estonian mobile ID. And I'm also part of the ITU GovStack Initiatives ID working group. So when it comes down to Estonia, it's actually a small miracle that it actually happened. It was back in 1987 when they started to have the idea that everybody should be numbered. And the reason for that is basically that the human name is no longer sufficient. That basically means that in Estonia there are guys with exactly the same name and could be even possibly with the same birth date. And it's really, really complicated to make the difference between of those two people. And in terms of state services provision, it's rather complicated. And back then there was no computers, nothing like that. Of course, one of the preconditions in order to synchronize the governmental services is definitely the data exchange. And when it is based only on the names, it doesn't really work out. So, as I said, it was a kind of pilot project during the USSR age, back in Soviet days. We kind of have to be grateful for the Russians that they trusted us enough to play around with the idea. Estonian scientists back then went to Hungary and tried to, actually they went all around those Soviet states back then, and they got the idea from Hungary of the pattern. And it's actually in place before the Estonian regainance of independence. In the very, very first days, we kind of adopted it and standardized it. So, but it's just a piece of technology. It's the main foundation brick, but it usually is based on the legal and organizational framework. What we have done here is created a set of legal tools how to kind of count the people. How is it actually issued? How is the code being treated? What are the functionalities connected to it? And of course, on top of that, we do have a data communication layer, which is also regulated by legal acts. And also, of course, we talk about data protection as well. On the other hand, the law only by itself is never good enough. So therefore, we do have different institutions who actually take care of it. There is the population registry, who is the one responsible for actual issuance and keeping track of all our residents in Estonia. So there is also people coming from abroad trying to live and work in Estonia, and that is being taken care of the Citizenship and Migration Board, which is part of the border guard and police in these terms. There are people born every day. So basically the hospitals actually issue the medical birth certificate, including that unique identifier already assigned to the baby before the baby gets the human name. So the number is already there. And of course, somebody has to kind of have the supervision all over the kind of all over the electronic usage of that data that has been created, which is the Data Protection Inspectorate. So when it comes to the code itself, as I said, this is the first foundation brick. You have to be able to count before you can actually start using them in digital terms. And we in Estonia, we have actually rather simple code. One of the ideas is that it's simple enough and memorable enough to provide you already some certainty when it comes down to just hearing the code itself. You can already tell that I'm a male, I'm probably somewhere in the 40s, and that's good enough to actually sell me, let's say, alcohol, for example. And one of the most important parts of that is that the code is itself on its own, it's not functional. So basically, as you can see, my digital name, as I say it, is on the screen, and I'm really not afraid of it. There was Annette before who actually displayed her digital name exactly the same way. She didn't hide it. And the reason being is that by only knowing that code does not provide you any additional access. You have to have something else on top. And that something else is either the EID or some additional tokens. So when it comes down to the security part, that's rather an interesting part in terms of identity management as such. We have had, because we are using the module 11, we have had a couple of errors, and therefore, if you start implementing one, when I talked about the rest of the world who don't have it and who actually think about implementing one, there are different ways and how to do this. And as I said, the digital name itself is public and has no functions, so therefore the only thing that we are worried about is that there are no duplicates within the system. So it is issued at birth with a first document that actually proves that you exist. The whole life cycle of a person is actually tracked through the mother's lane, so to say. So basically, if a woman is pregnant, then the doctor already keeps track of that baby even before the birth. And as soon as the baby is born, the code is actually assigned. The next part would be definitely all those coming from outside and during the immigration process, when you will be also, even though you don't get the residency, you get the living or actually residence permit, then in this case also you get the national ID code of Estonia. And of course, e-residents who actually don't come out, may not come to Estonia at all. I mean, they don't have to, but they will have the same kind of number assigned. So in terms of Estonian experience and what I've seen around the world is that the digital identity is basically the first foundation brick when it comes down to digitalization itself. If you don't have the number, you cannot count. If you don't have unique identifier assigned to every member of your population, you cannot really provide the services, in my opinion. So when it comes down to the definitions, there is quite a lot of them. There are pretty much every big organization has created one. In my kind of understanding, what I think is when you call it digital, it means, especially in French, it consists of digits. The next part would be electronic. So therefore, electrons move, and therefore creates some sort of a additional token, which is then used for either authentication or digital signature creation. When we talk about application, that is one of those interesting things that we really use it everywhere. What governments all around the world have done so far is that they kind of try to restrict the usage only to the, let's say, public sector. There are plenty of examples, like I like the most is Indian Aadhaar, which is only for the public sector only, and therefore it's secret and no private organization can use it. So that is one of those things that we have not done in Estonia, and every organization, every private enterprise as well, is able to use that in the same way. So basically, what it means that in every database in Estonia, I'm probably identified through that particular digital name. And of course, digital has to become at some point electronic. And therefore, it is also the foundation of for electronic identity. The Estonian EID, as Anett also mentioned earlier, is the main or breeder document in terms of electronic environment, connecting the physical environment to the electronic one. And of course, the main function as well is the digital signature. Creating a digital signature is probably one of those things that actually enabled Estonia to save something like 2% of GDP. So that is one of the complicated slides because it's about being or providing actually recommendations. And one of those things that I would like to really highlight here is that this kind of digitalization is never a technology project. First of all, there has to be a clear vision and strategy, and that vision and strategy must not build upon buying hardware or software or this kind of solutions, but actually serving your population. Of course, the next thing on this part would be the strict legal and organizational framework, which also creates those basic principles, such as per one resident, there is only one identity. There is no other, both in electronic and physical terms, in Estonia, just as me. There is only a single body that responds to that digital name that I carry. When it comes down to digitalization on the governmental level or the country level, connectivity is one of the key elements as well. It doesn't mean that every household has to have high-speed connection, it's said that it's about 30 megabytes per second is enough in order to provide the governmental services. But on the other hand, the governmental service providers, they have to be connected to each other. And of course, when it comes down to collecting data, there has to be some sort of a data protection regulation and privacy in order to build trust. The people must be able to trust the system, even though the political arrangement at the moment is not really to be trusted or is somewhat untrustworthy. And of course, the data should belong to the user. So the user should be able to control who sees that data or who is accessing their data. What I would like to do here, as I have a little bit of time, is tell you a story about I think the best one would be the world famous Formula racer called Michael Schumacher, who had an accident in Swiss Alps. And the thing was that the accident was so bad he was actually never driving the Formula car anymore. But the sad thing about it, that was his medical record was published in a newspaper within 3 weeks, if I'm not mistaken. It was in Switzerland. If it would have been the case in Estonia, that would have been much more complicated, because every member of a medical organization has to be authenticated before accessing the system. But if you think about it a little bit, in order to treat such a high-profile customer such as Michael Schumacher, you have to, first of all, you have to stay in medical school for something like 6 years. Then you have to probably work in that area for another 10. And the idea is that as soon as you just access this record without the justified cause, you will end up your career, you will probably be in jail, you will never work as a medical doctor again, and therefore nobody's really doing it. So basically there are plenty of these kind of organizational security methods actually built in. So I believe that for now concludes my presentation, and I hope you do have additional questions later on. Thank you.
Many thanks to Raul for this very quick introduction to Estonian digital identity, and really good explanation that shows that it's not only a code, not only a card, but a total framework that is built on trust, and that also helps to build trust. But we are here to welcome our second guest, who will speak about interoperability. And please don't hesitate to send your questions already during the presentations, and be assured that we will come back to them in the end of the presentations. Please welcome Adele Meelike-Tuulas, who works as a digital transformation advisor in Cybernetica. That is an Estonian ICT company that has implemented interoperability in Estonia and in a wide range of countries around the world. In her role, she advises public and private sector leaders on interoperability and secure data exchange, supports planning the implementation of mission-critical e-government building blocks, and guides the creation of regional stakeholder networks. Through these activities, her mission is to support government executives in establishing future-proof foundations for efficient e-governance. Adele Meelike, the floor is yours.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. As was just introduced, my name is Adele Tuulas. I am a digital transformation advisor at the Estonian ICT company Cybernetica, and our company has also had a significant impact on interoperability in Estonia, and as such, this is also the focus of my talk today. So I will be focusing on digital society foundations from the point of view of interoperability and data exchange, and also uncovering the role of state registries within all that. So I'd actually like to start with talking about the role of registries and uncovering some of the key elements and functions of registries as we understand it in the context of e-governance. And I'd like to start by first maybe zooming out into the kind of wider e-governance big picture and uncovering some of the building blocks that helped reach efficient e-governance and also help build digital societies. So when we talk about this sort of conceptual architecture, it's really important that we start by looking at government registries. So the aim of government registries and their role in digital society really is to have this one place where all data about citizens and any element in the state is stored. And as such, registries store critical input for creating e-services. Now, public services are one of the main ways through which citizens interact with the government, and it is also one of the channels through which the government really serves its citizens. And if we look at it from this perspective, we can see that there's this huge ground for potential impact that can be created through the e-services that you can provide. So in other words, what do these services enable? They enable more faster processes, more streamlined processes, and more convenient ways to get things done. So these areas of impact could therefore be outlined as, for example, starting a business or paying taxes or registering a property in a more convenient and faster way. So this is really the impact that you can have on citizens and the way that citizens interact with the government. And what we have seen in Estonia and in other, let's say, e-governance success stories around the world is that these three pillars really stand on the two building blocks of interoperability and digital identity. So digital identity, which was just covered also in the previous talk, this really provides access to these e-services, while interoperability enables to create them. So now that we understand that registries really provide this critical input for creating e-services, then I'd like to spend a few minutes on just uncovering what are the kind of considerations that we need to keep in mind when modernizing registries for the purpose of creating data exchange. And here I'd also like to start with the basics. So registries hold records on persons, companies, vehicles, licenses, buildings, etc. And the aim of the registry is to have this sort of specific field that it is responsible for, right? So this data shouldn't be mixed too much, and it should kind of be kept separate. So each registry does focus on a specific data domain. And every registry also has a responsible authority, which has the sort of mandate to administer the data within that registry. And as such, the authority also acts as a sort of data custodian for the data domain that it is responsible for. Now, in support of this mandate, we arrive at what is known as the single source of truth principle, which was consolidated in Estonia and which we have seen to really have an integral role in building efficient data exchange. So when we build these data exchange value chains, then we need to make sure that the information that we receive and the information that we give out is the most up-to-date and the truest piece of information that exists out there. And in the context of digital societies, registries can really act as the single sources of truth. And this principle is sort of achieved and supported by policy as well as technical capabilities. So policy defines where the information can be found and which information source you can trust, and technical capabilities then support the registries to sort of act as the single source of truth and communicate between each other as the single sources of truth for this data. And the single source of truth principle, it also feeds into another important principle that was consolidated here in Estonia, which is the once-only principle. And this has become talked about more and more as e-governments become more widespread. It can be called by different names, but in essence, what it means is, from one angle, when we're looking at data storage, it means that a certain type of data is only stored in one place in order to in order to avoid data duplication and maintain the integrity of the data. And from a sort of functional impact, it also means that when a citizen accesses an e-service, then they shouldn't have to input data multiple times, but rather this data should be received sort of from back office processes. So me as a citizen, I shouldn't have to give out my data each time I access any sort of e-service, but rather this should be done in the back end. So another important factor when we start implementing interoperability is the legal environment. And when implementing interoperability, then we need to address a sort of wide range of legal issues. Among these, one of the supporting legal factors for the, let's say, adoption of the infrastructure is that we need to treat paper and electronic records equally from a legal standpoint. So this is important for the digital infrastructure to kind of be adopted in a meaningful way, and you don't have any barriers, any functional barriers in that way. And another important element is the idea of the service terms and conditions. So clearly, when we implement data exchange, then data processing really needs to be aligned with privacy rights and the rights of individuals. And this is also something that is, again, in kind of close interplay with the regulatory environment, as well as the technical capabilities of the platform. And on a more overarching level, you could say, in order to implement data exchange platforms, you need to have the sort of legal means to even interconnect the digital infrastructure in the first place. So this means a sort of set of established data sharing principles which define how registries are legally allowed to communicate with each other. So once you have this sort of data management and sort of policy and legislation landscape in place and kind of cleaned up, then we can start looking at the actual implementation process from a technical standpoint. So in this section, I will kind of unpack what we're talking about really when we're talking about interoperability. So in practical terms, we're referring to a kind of standardized platform that allows independent government registries to communicate with each other. And the platform in that way kind of acts as an integrator of back office processes to provide services and to build services in this context. So one of the important requirements here is that the platform allows for a service-oriented architecture within government. So service-oriented architecture is a principle that is commonly known in the private sector, and it's this architecture design that enables different processes and services to be built based on the exchange of web services. And this interoperability platform then enables this kind of architecture within the government for the purpose of creating data exchange. And in the context of government, it's also important to understand that there is this real need to exchange sensitive and time-critical data, right? So the interoperability platform needs to be able to create these channels for exchange that are secure and efficient enough to support the exchange of the sensitive and time-critical data. And another very important aspect is the scalability of the whole environment, right? So when we're talking about government and we're talking about the impact that you can create through these services that you can build on this interoperability platform, then you don't want any limits in front of that, and you want to be able to add as many members and services to the platform as needed. And these requirements are kind of met by the following points. So the platform, first of all, enables the data custodians that we talked about to maintain control over how the data is accessed and stored and processed, while then also reaping the benefits of really opening up access to this data. And the way that this is done is because the data always remains at its most truest source, so there's no super database, and it always remains with the data custodian. And this ability to maintain control is really captured by this distributed architecture that the system is based on. So again, you don't have the super database where all the data is gathered, and you don't have the central point where everything goes through, but rather the data is distributed among the authorities that have the mandate to administer this data. And connected to this, the data exchange in such a system happens peer-to-peer. Without any sort of intermediaries in between. So if you look at the diagram on the screen in front of you, then you see that there are these 3 boxes popping up that kind of represent the organizations that are exchanging data with each other. And they do so directly, so there's no sort of central system that they go through. And the red dots on the diagram, they represent these security servers that create a sort of security layer through which these messages are then exchanged. So again, directly through the security servers, these messages go. So yeah, they provide these kind of secure gateways for the exchanged messages and also capture all the security elements of the whole system. And last but definitely not least, in fact, the opposite, the information security really needs to be ensured at all steps and needs to be considered at all times. So this is a topic that we'll also dive a little deeper into in a few slides. But before that, I just wanted to show what this data exchange really looks like in practice. So again, illustrating this distributed architecture where you don't have the central point that the information goes through. The red dots again represent the different organizations exchanging data, and here you can see how the scalability of the system really is possible. So also to maybe uncover a little bit of the technical background of this interoperability platform as it stands here in Estonia and as we have learned to approach it in our work. So here you can really separate, first of all, the governing level of the whole system. So here, the governing authority plays an important sort of coordinating and anchoring role for the whole interoperability system. And among other responsibilities, they, for example, keep a registry of all the members of the interoperability platform, as well as directory of the services that they provide. So this governing authority, in other words, provides this centralized governance to an inherently decentralized and distributed system. So you still have somebody who's coordinating this communication, but you still have the benefits associated with the distributed system. And then you also have the practical level where the actual data exchange takes place. So here you can see an example where, for example, the citizen wants to access any service through the citizen portal, and this really triggers this data exchange mechanism in the background. So through the security layer, the department that the information is being queried from can check whether the other party is even allowed to query the data, verifies that this is the case, and then sends the data back. And then the first party can also check where this data has come from and whether it has come from the right place. And then the exchange messages that go through these security layers, they are also time-stamped and signed for proof later on that the data exchange has taken place. So again, there's this governing component and this practical component where the data exchange actually takes place in real time and where the members sort of manage the security servers and manage who has access to what information during the exchange process. So as I already mentioned earlier, the information security aspect is a very important component that needs to be not only treated separately, but really needs to be considered at each of at every step of the development stage. So the interoperability approach that I'm talking about here today, it really follows the principle of security by design, which is traditionally captured in the CIA triad, which you can see on the slide here. And the CIA triad, the abbreviation stands for the 3 elements that you can see around the triangle, so confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So confidentiality referring to the guarantee that data is protected from unauthorized access. Integrity is about safeguarding the accuracy of the data and making sure that the data is not tampered with when it flows through these different workflows. And then availability is about providing the sort of seamless, uninterrupted access to users, or simply just ensuring that the data is available when it is needed. But when it comes to secure data exchange, then we realize that the security aspect really needs to look even further than that. So on the slide, you can see that there's sort of the classical CIA triad elements at the top there, but we've also realized that it's important to, again, ensure that the platform is scalable from a security standpoint. This means that when one component breaks down, this does not have an effect on any other parts of the system, and therefore there's no sort of central point of failure for the whole system, and if there is a problem, you can deal with it at its source, and it doesn't have an impact on the other members exchanging data. It's also important to ensure non-repudiation, so avoid the possibility of having the possibility to deny that a certain type of information has been processed, and this is achieved because, again, the messages are time-stamped, they're signed, so there's proof of delivery and proof of the exchange, that the exchange has happened. And this also creates these legal grade logs that you can later access as well. And these logs are actually what also ensure the sixth element on the slide, which is auditability. So everything is logged, an external party can come in and audit the data exchange platform, the processes that take place, etc. So before we move into the panel discussion part, I would like to focus the sort of third section of this presentation on uncovering what interoperability really looks like in practice in Estonia, and how did this really come about here, and what it has enabled here. And for this, it's maybe worth going back to the beginning. So in the early 2000s, Estonia, the sort of young state that it was at the time, was experiencing a few challenges when it came to public administration and the sort of back office process management. So first of all, the government didn't really take advantage of the internet and suffered from poor interconnectivity. And a lot of these challenges that I'm about to highlight, they really are kind of connected, right? So another element that kind of played into it was that establishing new connections was time consuming and expensive. So therefore, it was hard to also take advantage of the information systems and the technology that was available. There was also a lack of standardization when it came to establishing these new connections, as well as the management of registries and the development of them. So this was all done sort of separately, and there was no standard approach to this at the time. And at the same time, you also had this low security awareness among IT people and the users, and all of this kind of created this big picture that was also existing against the background of limited IT budgets, which clearly is always a sort of barrier that we have to keep in mind, or an obstacle that we have to consider. So with these factors combined, Estonian authorities understood that something needed to be done in response to these challenges. And it was understood that what they really needed was a mission-critical system, right? So what do we mean when we say mission-critical? So it was understood that registries would always contain personal data, and therefore the system that we needed to build needed really high security requirements. This data that we need to manage and exchange was also always confidential and sensitive, and in some cases it is used to make these high-value decisions, and in many cases there's also needed in real time. So this data is sort of time critical in that sense as well. And with this understanding, the Department of State and Information Systems at the time decided to improve the situation and solve the interconnectivity problems by launching a governmental interoperability program. So in response to these challenges in the early 2000s, there were sort of the first studies and pilots done, and then in 2002, the platform went into full production and has been kind of developed and carried forward since, with various milestones that you can also highlight. And by now, we can really assess the results of this program. So as of today, we see that the interoperability platform made all government data accessible to organizations and persons who have the right to access the data, so making data available in a sort of controlled manner. The data is always also secure. It's up to date, correct, and reliable because it is updated at its source, and there's the single source of truth principle that is also consolidated in the country. The data is also available 24/7, which means that e-services are available 24/7. And since they're available over the internet, it also means that they are available anywhere where there is internet. So Estonian citizens and residents can access e-services wherever they are if they have internet connections. And finally, it has also led to a situation where now 99% of government services are connected digitally, so there's very little that Estonian citizens have to show up to a government office for if they do not wish to do so. So yeah, government data is opened in a controlled manner to authorized persons, but what's also important is that access to the platform is open to commercial institutions as well. And this is sort of one of the factors that we believe was kind of crucial in Estonia, because a lot of the success can be attributed to this public-private cooperation, because this is where really the high-value services can be made. So coming back to the first slide where I showed that the e-service are kind of the link that connects the data and the impact, then with commercial institutions, you have a sort of wider range of services that you can create and services that people actually really need, and therefore you can maximize the value of the platform through opening up access to governmental institutions as well. So those are the sort of direct results, but what's important to highlight, and what we always highlight when we talk about these topics, is that we're not just talking about sort of building the technology and implementing the technology, but we're looking at how we're establishing these enablers for wider e-governance impact that you can have, which is then achieved through the services that you provide. So this impact is a really important key word that I would like to highlight. And in Estonia, this is played out by, for example, the tax services that were created based on the infrastructure that was put in place. So this was one of the services that is believed to have been kind of a contributor to helping this platform really take off the ground, because you need these key high-value services where people see the real value of the platform and see what it can provide. And in Estonia, the tax service was one of these contributing services. There's also a significant impact on road safety. So, for example, the police authorities in Estonia have easy access to critical information about vehicles and drivers when they stop people on the road. But also, sort of on the side of everyday citizens, you have all transactions concerning mobility concentrated in one e-portal where you can access these services. It has also contributed to the efficient allocation of social security benefits, with the data always being up to date and accurate, as well as available. In Estonia, we don't have paper prescriptions anymore. The interoperability and digital identity sort of combination has also enabled building the system for digital prescriptions, which has significantly increased data quality and increased convenience as well for both patients and doctors. And you also have a number of cross-border unified exchange initiatives that have been created thanks to this infrastructure. So again, continuing from the digital prescription example, Estonian citizens can, for example, access their digital prescriptions in a few countries in Europe. I believe it was 3, Portugal, Croatia, and Finland. There's also data exchange happening between population registries of Estonia and Finland. So again, seeing that once you have this infrastructure in place, you can really meet the need if it is there. So to summarize, these are kind of the key factors that we have realized are really important in implementing interoperability. And perhaps we can then go into greater depth with them during the panel discussion, as I see that my time is also slowly coming to an end. So thank you again so much for having me, and I look forward to continuing the conversation at the panel and the breakout sessions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Adela, for having this quick introduction to decentralized and distributed interoperability as we see it in Estonia. And just a fun fact, Adela said that Estonian interoperability was kicked off by Department of Information Systems. But by now, as we know that 99% of Estonian systems are part of this system, then now the organization who's responsible for the local implementation of X-Road in Estonia is Information System Authority. And please notice that this is only one information system that's now named. And that's because we think of our information system in Estonia as one organism. Although it's distributed, although there are several organizations contributing to it, then it still works as one. And this has been one core of our success. But let's move on to our panel. Are you ready?
Of course. Let's go.
Good, good. I was just thinking here, your presentations were so good, but they were so Estonian. And I know that both of you have just enormous experience around the world where those core components have been implemented. So maybe we could start from elaborating that, or maybe you can bring some examples. What are the countries who have actually been able to implement these solutions in the same way, or maybe bring out some things that were changed to actually make the same solutions work? Adela, would you start?
Yes, of course. Yeah, so that's a very good question, and I can sort of look into our portfolio, let's say, of projects that we have done. I know there are, first of all, a number of countries that have looked to Estonia. A lot of countries are looking to Estonia with the sort of stories that are going around and are looking to understand how interoperability was built. But then obviously, like you said, you really need to understand the context that we're implementing this interoperability in. So when we look at the portfolio of Cybernetica, for example, then we have a number of projects, for example, in Benin, in Namibia, in Greenland, in Ukraine. And when you notice the sort of diversity in these countries, right? So a lot of the times you hear this argument that, well, I mean, in Estonia, everything is very simple. It's so small. Of course, you can implement an interoperability platform and get everybody on board. But when you look at the project in Ukraine, you know, the sheer size in the countries is enormous. The differences in the size of the countries is enormous, right? So yeah, I think Ukraine is an interesting example in that sense that you can really have the same principles. So you translate the scalability, you transport the sort of key components into this context, but then you can make it work for such a huge population, for example, right? And in Ukraine, what was done differently was that there were these, Ukraine has very specific cryptographic standards, so we need to really change some or adapt the platform to these standards. So everything is possible when you have the political will and the desire to strategize and prioritize this. So these are some of the examples that I would highlight. Maybe you can add from your experience,
yes,
Raul.
Absolutely. One of those ideas that I have is that there will be never another country like Estonia. I mean, there is only one. You cannot replicate this one anywhere in the world because this system that we have actually built here is good for Estonians. And we cannot take everything at once and put it to another place. It just will never work. Just for instance, if you start implementing the national ID code as we have it, including also the personal details such as sex and the birth date, that is actually in violation of all the modern kind of privacy standards. I mean, I believe there are countries like Germany. I mean, the sex is one of those things that you're not supposed to kind of indicate within a number. The birth date, definitely not. Maybe there are other things, and this is one of those kind of key elements that we cannot just do it like that. And of course, if you look around the world, there are plenty of those who actually have implemented digital identity as such, which is basically the first key ingredient when it comes down to the data exchange as well. But on the other hand, it all varies in terms of the implementation. There are different implementations, and they have done in several ways. There are several tools, methods, policies attached both to the digital identity part and also to the data exchange itself. I think the best examples are very, very close to us. Latvia is one of those countries who basically are using exactly the same ID code as we are. Same applies to Latvia, but there will be never a personal ID code in such way as we have in Germany. Never will happen because of the historical and political kind of cultural differences. They just cannot be numbered. Simple as that.
Yeah, I think you bring out a really important point to really underline that when we do our projects as well, you really have to take into consideration the local context. A lot of the questions that we often get from delegations and countries they're really standard questions. So they ask how you do things, how can we translate them here, and how can we do it really quickly. But we always need to kind of take a step back and really understand the local culture, how things are done, the political environment, everything, and this all has an impact. But for sure, you can still look at these sort of principles that we talk about here, or these very standard kind of components, and you can try to understand how you can translate them into a different context and how you can make them work with these local details that you need to uncover throughout these projects.
But I propose if we use this simple division of things that have to be in place for the digital society to work in terms of legal framework, organizational framework, and then there are technical solutions. 3 things. Could you somehow comment that what are the easiest to copy, or which ones need little adjustments to be made, and which ones are actually something that have to be pretty much rebuilt from the scratch based on local culture? Raul, would you start?
That is also a rather interesting question. I think it starts from the main issue that what is the strategy? What is actually the vision? Where would you like to go? What would you like to achieve? There are politicians who actually make the statement that they would like to have a plastic card, an ID card, just like in Estonia. They have seen it and it works. In Estonia though, yes. It works and they want it. Now the question is, why do they really want it? Of course, we are easily able to provide for the whole population the plastic cards. Many countries actually have done it so. But the idea behind it is actually not the plastic itself. It's just a token. It's just a carrier. But the failure not to understand that part is the one that creates issues. So I believe that, first of all, what we can transfer and what is the easiest without actually overdoing anything is the education, training. Let them see the bigger picture, just to understand. I'm not talking about preaching about the Estonian solution, what we have done so far. I'm a little bit embarrassed about, but...
You shouldn't be.
I shouldn't, all right. Yeah, but still, it's the first thing is that the understanding of the concept itself. What is digitalization? What are e-services? What is interoperability? What is digital identity? All these kind of key elements. Where do they fit? Is cybersecurity really a nice piece of plastic in a box, or is it something else? Is it on top of it? Should be. I think this should be the first thing that we can do.
That was a really good angle that you brought in, that we shouldn't start with implementations, but really understanding the situation. So maybe it's a good timing to discuss the timeline also and some expectations management, because it took 20 years for Estonia to build the digital society where we build today, but we don't have 20 years anymore. We would like to see things happening in 2 months, 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, 4 years max, I'd say. So what have been the timelines in when we have implemented digital societies in other countries? What is there to be expected?
Yeah, this is another question that we get very, very often, and exactly what you said. Things need to be done tomorrow and next week and next month, and then maybe in a year as well. But we want everything. Actually, it would be preferable if it was done yesterday. So the time frames again, really depend on the local context, right? So do you have the political will in place to implement this? Do you have the strategy? Do you have the priorities in place that help get this off the ground? So I think a very important key word that you said is expectations management, right? How do you define these milestones even? How do you define the success that you're looking for? Are you looking for a fully digitalized society in a year? You know, Rome wasn't built in a day. Digital societies are not built in a day or a year. Yeah, this expectations management is very important to understand that you are in it for the long haul. That being said, you can define these sort of concentrated areas of impact, I believe, that you can have. So you can, if you have the political will and you have the sort of stakeholders that are ready to, for example, adopt interoperability or implement interoperability, then you can do it in this concentrated sort of network of stakeholders, create the impact there, create the value there, create the e-services there, and start building the value through that. And if you're asking about specific numbers, then, for example, I believe it was a project that we did in Benin where there was a very strong political will. It was the desire to implement was there, and the strategy was right. And I think we went from technical implementation to a citizen portal in about a year or so, which is already a very big achievement considering how these things are done. And again, building the local capabilities and knowledge is the thing that actually takes the most time. So connecting these stakeholders, creating these networks, this is what really takes time, and you have to take that into account. So things can be done in a year, but it depends on how you define the success and what you're trying to achieve, right?
Yeah, it's, if I may add to that one, I do have the arrogance, and actually said it out loud, that I have the formula how to digitalize pretty much any country in the world. No matter. Yeah, not in a day, of course not. And we've tried to kind of calculate the amount of time that if everything goes right, I mean, there are no problems, no mishaps, no issues, then it takes about 7 years. And the main issue, of course, is that most of the government, the term is 5, maybe, normally 4, maybe to 5 years, no more than that. And this whole process has to kind of survive that exchange of political power. And if it is possible, and therefore I think it's not a short-term project, nothing can be done overnight.
But let's continue with the discussion around prerequisites. I think it was a very valid point that digital transformation has to survive the change of political or specific, they have to survive the elections. Let's put it like that. But what else has to be in place? What are these enablers or prerequisites that actually have to be there to start implementing something specific? Raul.
I think, first of all, there has to be some sort of a concept in place. You have to have the principles. You have to introduce the idea that this will never change. And that idea could be starting from the identity. There is only one per person. Why should you be different in electronic environment, right? Simple principle. The next one would be, in terms of data exchange, the once only principle, right? There is the single source of truth. There is the concept of digital signature. How does it work? I mean, that's already really, really advanced comparing to the rest of the stuff. But starting with this first unbendable principles, I think that could be the best point where to start from.
Yeah, and I think I would just continue on from that this needs to be encapsulated again in this political will. So you do need to have this genuine desire to, first of all, an understanding of what you're going to achieve, what you would like to achieve. This is encapsulated in the vision, but then really having the sort of champions to push these projects forward and to prioritize these. So again, yeah, completely. This is not a short-term project. Depends on what you're defining, of course, but generally digital societies, you know, this is also a moving target. You're never going to really reach the perfect digital society. I'm not sure if that formula maybe no, doesn't. No. Okay, good. So we agree on that. But yeah, so I mean, even in Estonia, right, we're talking about the results as, for example, I highlight them, but we're not saying that Estonian digital society is perfect and now we've left it there and we just showcase it to the whole world. You're always developing it, you're always pushing it forward. So understanding what you're in for and having this political will, I think, is one of the main prerequisites, and then building these local capabilities through that.
But who should agree those principles? We understand who should have political will, that's pretty clear, but who should agree the principles and how to ensure that these principles are accepted by the whole society?
Well, I think there is a big role big expectation from the academic society. In every community, in every culture, there are these kind of wise men who are to be trusted. And who else to trust than the academics who actually are the thinkers? I mean, you cannot actually expect a shop clerk, which is, of course, very honorable job, but you cannot expect him to pronounce the definition of e-service, for example. But I think education is the first part. The skill set to understand, first of all, where those things lie. And when it comes down to the acceptance part, I think the academic society, when it is proposed, of course, they can use the external experts such as us, of course. But on the other hand, when the academic society kind of proposes those approaches, those ideas, those principles, then of course it's a job for political power to actually implement and put them in place. And I'm sorry to say that out loud, but democracy really does not have much space in here. And that's where we create another Germany, to be honest. I mean, there cannot never be another national ID for the Germans, right?
But dear participants, if you have in mind who could be those wise men or women or specific organizations who could or should draft these principles for Mauritania, please feel free to share the names of the persons or organizations also in our workshop. So maybe if there is common understanding there, that's actually a pretty good start. And if you have any other questions also, send them through workshop solution. But we will continue our discussion here. Let's move on. We talked about what have the experiences been here and there, how to start, what can be the first initial timeline. But we have also seen that things are implemented, MVPs are in place, something is already working. And then we see that many countries, or cities, sometimes on city level, there is still a struggle that the uptake is a bit weak. Because we know that only with this backbone and, can I call it a fingerprint, this EID somehow?
No.
To have some kind of, no. Okay, but we have those, but we need flesh. It's important that we have flesh on those bones to actually have benefits from those systems. So, some good hints of carrots and sticks that can be used to actually ease this uptake. Adele.
Yeah, I'm happy to start. Another sort of question that has come up with a few sort of delegations that we've had the honor to meet, and I think in this instance, it's again important to go back to the context, right? So in a way, yes, you have these maybe boxes ticked off, you have the platform in place, you have some digital identity solutions in place, but something's not working. So take a step back and assess where is the sort of pitfall that everybody's falling into. So we've heard, for example, that there is an interoperability platform in place, but agencies do not want to join it. They do not want to exchange data through it. What do we do? It's very hard to answer that question if we don't know who the agencies are, if we don't know what the onboarding system is, if we don't know what the system is. The maybe sort of standard thing that we could advise on is to see if if these stakeholders that are maybe struggling to adopt these, do they understand the value? Do they see the value? Have they felt the value? So this is why we're talking about creating these sort of concentrated areas where you can try to create this impact. So again, through these services, if you have a platform in place, people are not joining it, have they seen the value that you can create through this platform? So again, kind of going back to the basics, taking a step back and understanding where this pitfall is, and then identifying the problem and tackling that. Because in these cases, we've also said, okay, well, in Estonia, it was mandatory to exchange data through this platform at some point. And then the answer is, well, it's mandatory for us as well, but nobody's doing it. So how do we get there? And I think that's where the carrot comes in. So you have the stick, you have the rule in place, but then the carrot is the real value that they can see and feel through these e-services, I think.
Well, yeah, you know me. What I say on
I
top
know,
of that.
but please share it with the world.
It's, to be very, very frank in this point, it's it has to be kind of forced in every step of the way. There is no change that the people will be able to, or the population will be able to accept, unless you force them to. Just for tiny simple example is that also Finland has exactly the same kind of ID card as we have. They have exactly the same tools in terms of creation of digital signature and authentication, but it never works. And the simple reason they would like to be nice and kind to everybody, not to hurt anybody's feelings. But in our case, what we did in Estonia is that, first of all, the ID card itself was mandatory. Everybody has to have it. You cannot leave it as an option. The second part, what we did is we cooperated with the banks. We lowered the transaction limits where the strong authentication method was not used to 200 euros. Simple as that. You cannot actually transfer the amounts bigger than 200 euros unless you are not using the strong digital identity for that, or strong electronic identity for that matter. So therefore, it's been actually a rather bumpy road for us Estonians. For the first almost 5 years, it was just an eye scratcher. In today's weather, it's perfect. But I think nobody really remembers that part where there was no services behind the EID. And carrots, yes, of course, you can create such services such as our tax return. There is the carrot. You get the kind of excessive amount of income tax paid. You get it back immediately without any delays, almost. There are different services that actually enable you to save time. And of course, the physical effort, you don't have to go anywhere, but people will never understand it before you force them to, sadly. It's a question of change management, but I don't like the idea that something can be optional or voluntary. They will never pick it up. And as you look at our usage statistics, behind every spike in terms of usage, there is something. That something was back in 2017 was the Roka incident that we had. There is the latest pandemic that we have. These are the ones that actually push people towards these kind of things and events. So I don't think the carrot really works, to be honest.
Is public-private partnership a carrot or a stick, or what? Do you see any opportunities there?
I think this discussion in general is very interesting because for the purpose of the discussion, we obviously separate these things and we can kind of look at these things separately and analyze them like that. But at the end of the day, yes, we're sitting here today talking about Estonia's digital society and kind of looking in hindsight how we reached this point and looking at the spikes and seeing what has impacted what and learning throughout the process. You know, nobody saw in the early 2000s that in 2020, this is where we're going to be at. So it really is sort of a combination of different factors that play into it, and I think this public-private partnership is a part of it. Like Raul already mentioned, you know, this, and I talked about in my presentation. Cooperating with the private sector allows you to create these sort of high-value services where people, anyways, interact with these institutions. So I think it is one of the things that kind of combines all the factors that in the end push this development forward. So yeah, it is definitely an important element, I think, if that was the question. I'm sorry, I forgot the exact wording, but
that was
if I may add to that, there is one interesting concept that we have in Estonia as well, is that the normal person actually communicates to the government or to the state. They do this about 2 times per year, while they check their bank accounts balance probably 2 times per minute. So that is probably one of those things that even though you build the whole system in terms of governmental level, and governmental e-services are very, very important, but on the other hand, you don't have the need to talk to the government, and therefore the private sector actually drives the whole process. So I believe that including the private sector, I don't think it's a carrot really, but including them is crucial in terms of driving the experience and actually getting the usage up where you would like to have it, right?
Totally agree. I have a very specific question aimed at you, Raul. How to make digital signature equal with handwritten signature?
That's actually, there are 2 ways how to answer these questions. One is that I will go into deep technical details, which I don't think you like. The other one is explaining how it really works. I mean, there is the question of trust. Who and how do you trust? And in terms of building the trust, there are several methods how to do this. When you think about how the signature is actually technically created, it has to be really unique. And it must be impossible for anybody else to replicate my signature or break it in any way. And therefore, there are 2 sides. One of those is that there is some sort of a state trust guarantee that actually the Estonian government claims, or actually supports the claim, that I am who I'm claimed to be if I'm using the EID. There is a trust service provider who is going to say that I was the person behind that digital signature if that EID was used. And behind that, there is also some kind of monetary liabilities. And that is probably, I mean, I can sign any document. I believe that currently SK has the liability insurance up to, if I'm not wrong, 15 million euros per case.
could be.
So if I have to check this, but basically what happens is, or what it says is that if I sign a contract up to a $15 million or euros, it doesn't really matter, to be honest, and somebody manages to forge my my digital signature, and this is really a technical issue, then the trust service provider and the government will be held liable because of that signature created, and therefore I can trust it. Simple as that, right? I mean, what else do you need? And the funny way, of course, in terms of Estonia, when you talk about digital signature, is that if somebody comes to me with a paper document to be signed, that's suspicious. That's really, really suspicious. Maybe they would like to change some pages. Maybe they would like to change some data within the document. Something must be wrong, because everybody signs digitally in these days, right?
Unfortunately, I have to stop you here because our time is coming to an end. But I will give just a few minutes to each of you to summarize maybe the key takeaways from today's panel that you think would be helpful for our dear listeners behind the screens. Adele.
Yeah, so I think, I mean, one of my key messages, and I think one of the key takeaways that could prove valuable when we're talking about understanding the bigger picture, is understanding that digital identity and interoperability are these sort of foundational building blocks that you need to focus on in order to build e-governance and build digital societies. But we are talking about long-term commitments. We're talking about long-term projects, and not one-off projects, but something that will be in continuous development. And there's a need to really accept that, understand that, and consider that when you're creating these strategies, that being said, even though it is this big endeavor that you're embarking on, then you do need to start small, step by step, a staged approach, go for the lowest hanging fruit first. As I said, digital societies are not built in a day. And yeah, I think the staged approach is the way forward. So that's what I would highlight.
Yeah, I would like to add to that one of the key elements, or one of the crucial elements, is to understand that this is not a technology project. Another part would be that it's definitely not a money machine. It is not built to create money, but actually it's an austerity project, then you can save money. Even though you have to make investments, you have to burn a lot in order to actually get it up and running, but it will not be a kind of direct money machine. There are plenty of examples all around the world when they have treated as one as such, and they have just failed because the people are failing to understand why do they have to pay for something they will never be able to understand. And that, coming back to that first part, is that when you just think about technology is really easy, to be honest. I mean, you can go to a shop, you can buy any hardware you like, you can buy printers, laptops, you can spend billions on that one. But it doesn't make any difference. You just have a lot of printers. It doesn't make you an e-state. You can buy any type of software, centralized, decentralized, whatever you like, it doesn't really matter. And the third part, of course, would be to have a plan. I really hate taxi drivers, because these guys are driving around the city without having no idea where they're going. And before actually starting running, you have to have an idea where you're going, because it doesn't really add up. If you just fix to one idea, just like say you would like to have either a plastic or data interoperability, whatever these things are, if you don't have a big plan, long-term perspective, then, I mean, there is no chance of success.
Thank you for being with us. We have had a little time to go through different aspects of building the grounds for digital society, starting with taking the culture into account, then aiming for big things, having a great vision and a plan, but taking small steps at a time. And once you do all of that and remember that it's not about technology only, but the society as a whole, then one day you might have this happy problem ahead of you that you considered a paper document suspicious. Thank you.
Thank you for our panelists. After so intensive discussion, I think we need a short break. So see you all back here after 30 minutes, and then we will speak about legal environment.
Welcome to this demonstration of e-governance solutions based on experience from Estonia, a country widely recognized as one of the world's leading digital societies. This presentation is prepared for you by the members of the Estonian ICT cluster, in partnership with the Estonian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. In this demonstration, we look at the different ways a citizen can use public sector services. We start with registering the birth of a child, and then registering the child for school, e-health solutions, business activities, the border crossing system, justice systems, and real estate transactions. At the end of the presentation, we will look at how financial transactions accrue to the state budget management system, and how information is exchanged between the systems using an interoperability system called the Unified Exchange Platform. To get started, the citizen will use their unique digital ID number to log into the citizen portal, a central gateway to all public sector services. He or she enters their personal ID number and password and presses login using Smart ID. A verification code is then sent to their mobile phone, and once they verify their identity with the PIN number, they are logged in. The same login procedure is used to access any public sector service in Estonia. As we can see, Michael Williams is logged into the system, and there is information automatically pulled in from the person and marriage registries. Michael is married to Jean Williams, and they have 2 children. Today, Michael and Jean are celebrating the birth of a new child, and since it was a home birth, Michael needs to register the birth in the person registry. He therefore enters the registry and starts the process by entering his ID code and Jean's, chooses the gender of the child, the date and time of the birth, and the weight and height of the child. Once this information has been submitted, the birth is registered. We can see information about the new child in the citizen portal. However, the child does not yet have a name. In fact, every new child gets their digital ID before they get their given name. To register the name of their child, Michael once again enters the person registry, where after entering the name for the child, George, the process is completed. Looking at the citizen portal, we can now see that the information about the child is complete. While in the citizen portal, Michael notices that George's sister, Maria, has not been registered for school yet. To register Maria for school, Michael uses the eSchool system. Before Michael can start, though, the administrator of the eSchool system must open the registration process. The eSchool system is used to manage student and teacher information, curricula, class scheduling, grading, and communication between students, teachers, parents, and government officials. The administrator starts the admission process and loads new student information from the population and address registries. It is now possible for Michael to register Maria for school, so he selects one of the 3 schools presented to him. The school selection is based on where Jean and Michael live, the local school district, and other factors. Michael selects the first option presented, and his choice is automatically sent to the eSchool system. The administrator of the system can now see the school selection by the parents and can confirm the selection. In the citizen portal, we can see now that Maria has a designated school. Next, we look at the Ehealth Systems. In this scenario, Michael is taken to the hospital by ambulance, and we can see how patients are registered in the hospital and provided an initial diagnosis in the hospital information system. For expediency, we can see that Dr. Martens is already logged into the system. To get the patient registration started, the doctor enters Michael's ID number. At this point, Dr. Martens has already examined Michael, so he can enter both the registration and the initial diagnosis. He enters that Michael arrived at the hospital by ambulance, selects the diagnosis from the standard classification database. In this case, he selects pneumonia. As a comment on arrival, he enters high fever, difficulty breathing. Once he saves the information, we can see Michael's full medical history, including the diagnosis just provided. In this screen, the doctor can also issue a prescription for Michael. He enters amoxicillin as the medication at a strength of 1,000 milligrams to be taken orally, and the name of the specific medicine from the selection. He enters the prescription date and when the prescription will expire, 2 weeks from the issue date. He also enters instructions for how the medication has to be taken, and once again selects pneumonia from the standard classification of conditions. As notes, he enters heavy fluid intake, doctor visit in 1 week. With all the information entered and the prescription ready, Michael can now collect the medicine from the pharmacy. When Michael goes to the pharmacy, the pharmacist enters Michael's personal ID to see all prescriptions issued to Michael. We can see that Michael has an older prescription, which has already been used, and a new one just issued. When issuing the medicine to Michael, the pharmacist receives information about other medications with the same active ingredient. In this case, the pharmacist will continue with the medicine prescribed, and hopefully Michael will be feeling better soon. Next, we will look at business-related activities. Michael is starting a new company, and he enters the business portal to carry out the registration. We can see that he is an owner of 1 company already. To start the registration of the new company, he enters the company name, International Logging Limited, and Forestry and Logging is added as its business activity. After entering the starting share capital of the company and the company address, he enters his ID number as the shareholder and declares that he will own 100% of the company with a seat on the company board. Once he saves the information, the Memorandum of Association is generated, and after he signs it digitally, the company is registered. Coming back to the starting page, we now see that he is the owner of 2 companies. While already in the system, Michael will also declare taxes for the other company he owns. After entering the tax registry, Michael selects the first of the two companies he owns and chooses the year and quarter he's declaring tax for. As he enters 100,000 euros as the revenue and 80,000 as the cost of goods sold, we can see automatic calculations below for his tax obligations. After entering 5,000 for the business expenses and a depreciation of 2,000, we see that the total tax due is 1,560 euros. After saving the data, Michael can choose to distribute dividends, and after selecting 50,000 euros, we can see that as he is the sole shareholder, the full amount will be paid out to him. Next, we look at the State Border Administration. As Michael's companies deal with timber exports, he often needs to cross the state border. If he just drives to the border and waits in the queue, it would take a long time. Fortunately, he can use the queue management system to provide the necessary documents and reserve a time for crossing the border in advance. After he enters the system, he must choose the border crossing point, followed by the queue type. Priority queue is for perishable and dangerous goods, and live queue is without the specified time for crossing the border. As Michael knows the exact time he will be crossing the border, he chooses the pre-reserved queue. After selecting a time for crossing the border, he enters his ID number, name, travel document number, vehicle registration number, and vehicle type. In his case, truck with goods. After verifying the data, the information is automatically available to the Border Patrol and Customs officials. As the final step in the registration, Michael makes a payment to cover the border crossing fee. Let's switch hats and look at the system from the border official's side. He can see information about all cars, trucks, and buses coming to the border in advance. And as we can see, Michael's registration is at the bottom of the list. There is a clipboard icon next to Michael's registration, which means that he has been automatically and randomly selected to go through an in-depth customs check. There are other notifications in the list. A green mark next to the name means that the data comes directly from the population registry, and a red warning means that the person has a criminal record. In one case, we see a notification flag by the ID number. When clicking on detail, the official can see that this person has a history of human trafficking. Armed with this kind of advanced knowledge, the Border Patrol and Customs officials can prepare and schedule the workload for the smooth passage of vehicles across the border. Continuing with our presentation, we now look at e-justice solutions. In this scenario, Michael has a conflict with a business partner, and he has decided to go to court against them. To enter the claim, Michael enters the commercial court solution from the citizen portal. He's given a choice whether to enter the claim on behalf of himself as a person or as a company representative. He chooses the latter. To get the claim started, he chooses International Timber Limited as the claimant and selects Defendant Advance Exports from the list of companies retrieved directly from the business registry. Next, he is presented with the choice of case types. He selects contract violation and for the claim summary, delinquent payments. He chooses to add a proof of claim document to the case to complete the claim info, and now he is once again required to pay a state fee. After entering the credit card information, the card number, expiry date, and security code, and submitting the payment, the claim is now entered into the e-justice system. To see where the claim goes next, we need to log into the system as a court clerk. For the purposes of the demonstration, the login process is simplified. In real life, the clerk would use their ID number-based authentication method. Once logged in, the clerk can see the new claim in the dashboard, with the status pending. And upon opening it, the detailed claim information is displayed. To register the case, the clerk starts by selecting a judge. When selecting the judge, she notices that there are red notifications next to the names of some of the judges, which means that they're not best suited for this particular case, based on the workload of the judge, expertise, or a potential conflict of interest. As Justice Bert Alfred does not have any conflicts, she goes forward with him as the judge for the case. After registering the case, the clerk continues with scheduling a hearing. She starts by selecting a suitable date and time from the calendar. As we can see, the calendar is synchronized with the judge's calendar. To choose participants in the hearing, the list of shareholders of both companies is directly retrieved from the business registry. She selects all of them, Michael Williams as the claimant and Anthony Jones and Stephen Ellison representing the defendant. Now that the hearing is registered, notifications are automatically sent to all participants. Moving forward in time, the judge now logs into the system during the hearing. Upon opening the case, now with the status of pre-trial, he can enter the judgment information by selecting the judgment type, in this case, consent judgment. He can also upload any case-related documents. After choosing fine for defendant as a sanction and entering fine of 10,000 euros as the judgment summary, he completes the hearing and effectively the case. As we can see, the process is fully automated, and all steps other than the hearing can be handled without the claimant or the defendant ever having to physically come to the courthouse. As a matter of fact, if both parties provide adequate documentation and the case is clear, the judge can render the judgment without the physical hearing. Continuing the demonstration, we now look at real estate transactions. In the real estate section of the Citizen portal, we can see that Michael already owns one property in Kenya. As he is interested in buying another property, he enters the land registry. After verifying his identity, he can look at his properties or start a search for a property. Upon selecting the property he is interested in from the search results, he is provided with detailed information, such as ownership information, map view of the location, and a street view of the property and surrounding area. In another view, he can look at tax zone information. Once he decides that he is interested in the property and has negotiated the purchase with the current owner, Stephen Ellison, they can complete the transaction in the land registry. Once Stephen Ellison logs into the system and selects the property from the list of his properties, he can start the change ownership process. As they have agreed that the payment for the property is already deposited in an escrow account, he can complete all the steps from his side, and Michael will complete the transaction. He starts the process by selecting Michael Williams as the new owner. Next, he needs to pay the state tax for the transaction, after which he can sign the sales contract. We can see from the status of the transaction that to achieve the completion, Michael needs to sign the contract as well. When Michael logs into the system, he sees a notification of a new transaction. Once he opens the transaction, he can verify that the taxes have been paid and the contract is already signed by Stephen Ellison. After signing the contract, the transaction is completed, and he is now the proud owner of the property. The land registry can also be used to manage tax payments for existing properties. We follow the steps of a multiple property owner, Adam Smith, to see the property tax management process. Upon entering the payments section of the registry, Adam can see the payments due and settle the payments directly in the system. He can also view the statistical and historical tax information for his properties. As we have gone through the many different interactions that a person can have with the state, let's look at what it looks like from the other side. Throughout the demonstration, there have been different fee and tax payments made in the system. All those payments accrue to the state budget management system. The budget management system is a small banking system hosted by the Budget Authority, where the government and public sector institutions act as customers. The system's main objective is to administer and supervise government and public sector spending. In the budget management system, a state official can see various information on the status of budget accrual for the state, such as the budgeted amount, payments received to date, and the comparison of budget accrual versus the plan. Diving deeper into the payments received, the official can see the payments for the border crossing, state fees for the court procedures, and land registry operations already visible in the system. Throughout the demonstration, we have also seen that information is actively exchanged between different systems and registries. For example, the information about persons, their family, medical data, property, and court case-related information. To facilitate the fast and secure exchange of data between systems, a dynamic interoperability platform is used. In Estonia, this system is called X-Road. The same system is available to all countries around the world as the Unified Exchange Platform. Let's look at the visualization of the data moving between the systems. After refreshing the data, we see the latest transactions. On the left, we can see that the information has been exchanged between different services, such as for persons, students, companies, and other services. The services are within different service providers, which in turn are under the jurisdiction of different ministries and organizations. For example, the Person Registry, Business Registry, and Citizen Portal are under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Home Affairs. The e-school system is under the Ministry of Education. Hospital information systems are managed by hospitals, and so on. Below, we can see a visualization of the different services and systems that are exchanging data, starting with the Citizen Portal receiving information about marriages, students, owners of properties, company ownership, schools, and persons. We can also see information from different connected systems. And this presentation has been brought to you by the ICT Cluster in cooperation with the Estonian Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Dear participants, welcome back. Hopefully you had a good break, and now we will have a discussion about the legal environment. How to build up a legal environment which supports also the digitalization and building up the most secure digital society. What are the critical elements there about what is need to be thinking before? You, again, let me remind you that you are welcome to ask questions via workshop environment. There is the question answer button together with every presenter, and please put your questions there, and I will ask them afterwards from our presenter. But for that topic, I'm very happy to invite to the stage Silvia Lips from Tallinn Technical University, and she will speak about how to ensure favorable legal environment for e-governance.
Good evening, everyone. I hope you have had, I know that you have had a really long day already, but to be actually able to finish it, like Doris said, I'm going to talk about a little bit about legal framework of e-governance and also some key elements which are important to take into account while building this kind of a legal environment for the digitalization. So before I jump into the topic, I will tell you a little bit about myself as well, why I am the person who is maybe right to talk about it. Actually, I have a very long experience from the internal security sector. I started my career in 2006 from the Estonian Citizenship and Migration Board, and this is actually the first organization who was responsible for the electronic identity and issuance of ID card that you already you heard a lot about during today. So I started from there, and I worked in different organizations. And in 2014, I joined the team in police, Estonian Police and Border Guard, and was responsible for the identity documents production and procurement, including the Estonian EID. So I have a kind of a very different sides. I have been looking the digitalization, and currently, as already Doris mentioned, I am a researcher at the Tallinn University of Technology and completing my PhD next year. And at the same time, I'm wearing the hat also in the Estonian Information System Authority, and I'm an expert towards the European Commission of the EIDAS regulation, which is actually regulates the electronic signatures and trust services, and also offers this kind of enables the cross-border interaction of the countries. So really, I hope that this kind of experience during this time, I have seen a lot of legal changes. So I think, and I'm happy to share today's experience with you here. First of all, I would like to a little bit talk about the preconditions, how actually this kind of legal environment should be created, or what are the preconditions to build it. And then we also look into the e-governance legal environment main building blocks. And in the end, we little bit also talk about the legislation and technology in practice. So kind of a main takeaways that you should take into account while building or while preparing this kind of legal environment. I think maybe the first and most important takeaway from the whole process is that if you talk about the e-governance legal framework, then there is no single regulation that regulates the area. So basically, it would be very easy if we could have like one uh, legal act for the digitalization, but in practice it has really clearly turned out that it's not possible. So I'm sorry to maybe break someone's expectations or dreams, but it is a little bit more complex than just adopt one regulation. And the next build thing that we should take into account is that we definitely need to take into account that we have like a general laws and area specific regulations, so we don't have kind of one for all solution, exactly because we have the digitalization covers really so many various areas that it's not possible to put them in the one box. If it comes to the preconditions, then I think one of the most complex thing, which is I think every country who deals with the digitalizations they are facing, is finding a balance between over-regulation and real legal gap. Because if it comes to the case where you have to or you want to implement some technological solution, you need to write the legal regulation which is broad enough, enabling for you to enabling you to use the technical solution, and also ensure that the technical solutions that will be implemented later on will be also compatible, and you can use the legal regulation a little bit more widerly. But then again, if you over-regulate the area, then it might be so that you are not able to take into in practice the very cool technical solutions that come later on the market, and you have to start all the legal process all over again. So it's kind of a tricky place where you have to think what kind of where this kind of line goes, and it's not easy to say because every country it can be a little bit different. So but I think it's kind of doable, and all these kind of tips that we are also later on I will talk about help you to find this kind of balance in regulating the area. The next point I would like to emphasize is really you have to take into account the user's readiness, and not only the readiness to use here I mean to use the technology and to be able to adopt new solutions. Like if I think from the previous presenters, it was really shown that the Estonian ID card that was like an eye scratcher maybe in 2006 is now something which is really a part of the straight critical infrastructure, and everyone uses it. So it means that the readiness of people, it has been evolving over time. So I think it's also a very important point that it has to be taken into account while building the legal framework. And also, last but not least, it's also important to conduct a preliminary legal environment analysis, because if the legal environment, we are starting, just we act action basis, that we see it, okay, we have this solution, and now we see what legal regulation needs to be adopted. When we do it like piece by piece and only looking the certain project, that we might end up in a situation where there starting to be like a contradictory legal acts, and we are not anymore having the overall picture of the legal environment. So this kind of preliminary legal environment analysis is really good and necessary. Although I know that many countries exactly have not followed, and now also struggling with the case that they need to maybe adjust their regulations and change the legal legal environment just because they have some overlaps and so on and so forth. So, but it's very good to know in advance so that you can avoid this kind of mistakes. Again, if we to maybe a little bit ease to understand, because the legal framework of the digitalization and e-governance, it's a very complex, it's a multi-layer thing, and it has to be to give you a better overview of the framework. I somehow tried to see the framework through different layers. You see that actually this state law, or what we were talking, that we create the law, it's actually the only the top of the iceberg. So the national legislation is kind of a small part of the whole area. And here I mean exactly those regulations that the countries adopt during the legislative process. But there are so many other regulations that actually affect the digital environment. For example, this international and the European laws. In the third countries, of course, the European law does not have such an effect, but international laws, if we talk about different agreements, international documents that actually affect the digitalization. For example, we have some secure data exchange protocols and the requirements for the data exchange cross-borderly. Those regulations are still international, and if independently, if the country wants or doesn't want to implement it, they somehow where they need to take into account if they want to have the technology in place. So it's kind of very interesting how the like international environment affects the digitalization. And the biggest part of the legal framework, I would say, is the, like, so to speak, pre-juridical framework, which has not like a direct effect in a sense of or legal terms, that we have a legal act that regulates the area. But we have so many standards, we have so many different documents that regulate the digitalization, like indirectly. For example, even we can take different recommendations from the that apply for the identity documents tokens. For example, International Civil Aviation Organization recommendations, which actually are followed by the countries independently, that they are not incorporated to the state laws. So it's a very interesting case that different countries, they have somehow understood that this kind of standard world and recommendations world has the even the bigger effect to the digitalization in general than the state owned laws, which are of course important, but they are built on top of all these international regulations and international environment. So I think it's kind of this pyramid structure. It is important to somehow. I hope you will remind it and that you think about it while building while building your own legislative environment. So if it comes to the e-governance related laws, I actually put on the screen one of the examples which represents the e-court case study, but actually it doesn't matter. It can be any kind of specific regulation. It's just an example. And if you see that on top there is an Information Society Services Act, this particular act is like a general umbrella over the 4 main building blocks, which is actually in addition to the EID, it is the e-government infrastructure, it's electronic data management, and also the business continuity management. So these are kind of 4 building blocks that are usually governed in the legal framework if you talk about the government and the governance in general. So in the next slides, I will give you already a more detailed insight what I mean by each of this section. So I mentioned that the Information Society Services Act, it's like a general umbrella, which means that all those specific building blocks, they enable to, they are actually in the service of providing digital services for the people. So that's why it's considered like a overall act of everything. In Estonia, we call it Information Society Services Act, but actually it doesn't matter how we name one or another legal act, but it's about the content, what it covers. So, and here we see that by this legal act, the Information Society Services are only those which are involved, or which means the if the services are provided using any kind of electronic channels, and this regulation excludes everything related to fax or phone call or TV or radio related services. So I think this is one of the kind of important thing to keep in mind, that this kind of act exactly covers the service provision via digital channels, and it really sets the requirements, how the services are provided, how the organization who provide this kind of services, how they should operate, and what is the how the supervision is organized, and also the liability, that if the services are not provided accordingly, then what kind of liability the organization has. So it gives kind of a very general framework how to do all of it. The e-government infrastructure, now we move to the building block side of the previously presented figure, and it really covers the basic infrastructure for the service provision and state data exchange architecture. I think probably you already heard about the Estonian X Road and this kind of building blocks. But in Estonia, we have for the infrastructure legal regulation, we have Public Information Act and we have Electronic Communications Act that regulates the area. So they set all kinds of technical and security requirements for the service provision. And also, if we talk about different databases that are needed for the service provision, then also these legal acts give a framework how this kind of services are provided and how this databases needs to be established, so to ensure that we have kind of similar understanding what kind of data can be accessed and how this kind of data exchange is organized. And also the supervision is covered by those acts. Then we have electronic identity, so EID card, and for that we have different types of acts that regulate the area. We have Identity Documents Act, we have we have a Databases Act that provides or the public Population Registers Act that provides this kind of main digital identity for the people. Here I talk about the personal identification code, the new unique code that the person gets, and via this code, actually, we can link the person in digital means with in every kind of transactions that they made in the digital environments. So we have Identity Documents Act that regulates the tokens of the electronic identity. We have different types of cards, and the EID card is only one of the examples that you have heard about. And we also have Electronic Identification and Trust Service as is for Electronic Transaction Act, which is only then oriented to the electronical side. It covers the trust services, it covers the digital signature part, and also it covers how the state organizing the supervision over the trust service provider. So it's actually only about electronic electronic communication and electronic service provision. So the data management building block, here we talk about the data protection rules and protection of personal information, and how to handle the person's data, because usually if it's not stated in the legal act directly, it's not possible to collect the personal data, so it's still a consent-based thing. And if we talk about a use of public information, it is also important to regulate also on the legal level what kind of information actually should be public. So it's a very interesting question, because nowadays we have a lot of information available which is not directly connected to one particular person. We have like a huge data sets. We need to also regulate how to handle the open data, and so on and so forth. And if it comes to the data management, we also have to be able to look how to preserve already the existing data, or how to make it possible to see this kind of digital information after 50 years, for example, because some of the file types maybe which were relevant 20 years ago are not accessible, but some of the data types, for example, some sensitive information, it needs to be kept up to 75 years, and in digital means it's kind of a challenge, right? So, and last but not least important is also this kind of having a plan B for for your e-government, because why it's important, or I think even in Estonian ecosystem we did not think about it really much when we started, but it has become really clear that the state, if it has reached a certain level of maturity, needs to have a clear business continuity management plan, how to actually ensure that those services that the state provides, how they are also usable in case of different kinds of emergency cases. And it's important also to be aware as a state about different dependencies. For example, I know that you have talked about this Estonian Roka case previously as well, where actually the state had to deal with the electronic with the crisis on the electronic field, and did not actually have a good overview who is using the electronic identity and what kind of service providers use it. So actually this kind of business continuity management plan is really important. And if it comes to the Estonia, since for example digital signing and digital authentication, they are a part of the emergency act, and they are brought or considered as a part of the state critical infrastructure. So it means that already on the legislative level there are some requirements that needs to be fulfilled before we can actually uh, uh, that the service providers need to ensure on the legal level. So it's somehow like very different than just the service provision, and if the state uses as a contractor in a contract relation, it's on the legal level. So it's something to certainly to think about if it comes to the digital services. And actually, to sum up my presentation and also leave you some room to ask questions, I think that if it comes to the legal implementation in practice, it is very important to think what is really needed. And it might sound a little bit trivial, but but in some cases we tend to like look what the other countries are doing, and we see a lot of nice practices, but to really think why the country is doing or why they are implementing this kind of framework, I think it's very important, because as I already mentioned that there are different user groups, and the people's technological readiness is different, and so on and so forth. So it means that we need, if create legal environment at all, or start to developing it, I think it's very important to think through in advance for what purpose that it actually is for, and then make and take the next steps. So and also, if already we are taking the steps, then think that to build it in a way that it would be technology neutral, and exactly enable different kinds of solutions. Because if we are building if the technology evolves and we are building an environment which is kind of very specifically, I don't know, mobile solution oriented, or sticks to very specific solutions, then we might end up in a in a case where we cannot be interoperable with other countries, or we cannot use or benefit from the further technological developments, and that would be really sad, because the legislation and legislative process is very time consuming, and it takes a lot of time to so to speak correct those kind of legal errors or gaps. So I think it's definitely something to consider. So we already talked about analyzing the legal environment and avoiding the overregulation. I think that is exactly that we should avoid. And I think it's even better in some of the cases to a little bit to do the technological projects or the digitalization project in parallel with the legal framework creation, because then the lawyers very often they are not technology people, and they tend to if they are not engaged to the process early enough, they start to ask, I wouldn't say stupid questions, but maybe trivial questions in the end, when the technology project is already ready. and then you will end up again that you just spend a lot of time to explain the lawyers that okay, why and how the technological system works, and why we need to regulate it on the legal level. So it's kind of a good practice to engage those people in parallel when you actually build already the technological side. And as you could see from this pyramid, I think exactly this is the one of the takeaways of the digitalization, that everything does not have to be stated on the legal act level. We often think that it's very important, but actually it's I have also in my practice seen that it is very okay when you leave some of the regulations or some of the important principles on the standard level or on the level of some recommendation, because then it's also easy to change it afterwards when there is a need, because usually the legislative process it's a very formal process that you need to follow some steps, and it's much easier to change some standard or recommendation. So you definitely, if you build a legal environment, then just I really recommend you to consider some other formats how to regulate the field, and maybe it's sufficient and enough for the environment, and to use this kind of good practices. And we already talked about the legal process, which is time consuming. So start early enough, and exactly as I mentioned, that bring those legal people and technical people together, so it will be a really good practice to somehow bring them together. And unfortunately, we have also seen that the legislation by itself or alone, it does not change the mindset of people. So we can have a very nicely a regulation in place, and we can have also the technological solution in place, but in the end nobody uses it. So it comes and then it's a question that how come, but it's somehow that together with this kind of legislative process and technology projects, it is also important to pay attention how actually to somehow change the mindset of people who are going to use it. So I think it's a very nice takeaway from the Estonia's an experience as well, that you continuously deal with your and not only I don't mean the people who the end users who use it, but also the public officials who needs to adapt with the environment. So it's not about only the users who get the service, but also the people who works for the government and who needs to adapt with the digital like changes, and they need to process the data in other formats. So it's somehow it's somehow important to keep in mind that there are like several layers also inside this kind of a mindset. So I would really just as a very last statement, I would recommend that try to look not on one, not maybe more 2 or 3 steps ahead while you are building your digital future in terms of the legal aspects as well, because you never know what kind of interesting solutions there will be. And nowadays, when we have all these machine learning and artificial intelligence systems more and more coming to the also to the digital service provision area, so try to think already these kind of steps, that how they will be integrated, or is it possible to integrate those kind of very new initiatives also to your legal environment, and make it make it work for your good. So here I thank you very much, and I'm really happy to answer any questions that you have in terms of the legal environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Silvia. It's always so nice to speak or hear you speaking, because I can see that you are a fan of this topic. But you mentioned there that be cautious of over-regulating the environment, and that building up the legislative environment, it's a time-consuming. But in the same time, what are the risks if legislation is not ready when we start to implement the e-governance and then start to use the services?
Thank you, Doris. It's actually a very good question. And I think the biggest concern, if the legal environment is not ready, is that it has not a legal meaning or legal power to use the technological solution that is ready-made or built. So in a sense that the government or in a public-private partnership case, there is something really nicely developed, and it can be even, it's possible to use it, but if it has no legal power, for example, if we talk about the digital signature that people would like to use, but if it has not legal power in terms of legislation, then actually you are not able to get the service. So basically, you lose money, and every day this kind of when it takes to get the legal procedures done, it's just really sad for for the end users. But I think it's really possible to overcome it when all these lawyers work together with the people who actually develop the technology. So in this case, they are aware of the risks, and all these kind of questions that maybe lawyers have. They can be settled in advance, so it's possible. So kind of politically take the concrete steps and decisions to actually avoid it.
Thank you so much.
But that's my opinion.
But I think you brought out a very good point here, the need for collaboration, that the collaboration what needs to also happen between lawyers and the technology sector. That these two, you can't look these things separately or do these things separately. So I think that's also the very valuable point what you brought out here. Silvia, thank you. Thank you for this presentation, for this discussion. And now we will have one very, very short break in order to go on to our final discussion. And in our final discussion, I ask you all, please be actively involved in workshop, where we have prepared for you some feedback tasks, very easy one to answer, and in order to get your opinion and feedback from today's, and then we can conclude already our today's workshop. So. So it's time to look through what we have discussed here today. And as we haven't had chance to get too many interaction from your side or speak with you, what is the sad side of the online conferences and online events, then let's now together look into the workshop environment and ask some questions and thinking a little bit about the e-governance in Mauritania and what could be the next steps there. So I hope to get some feedback from you now, and I hope that you're actively involved and giving the valuable insight also for us. Right now, you see my screen. I'm in a workshop environment. I think you should see the same screen right now. I'm closing from here the online, or not closing, or putting it from this side. When you're opening that part here, then you see me there, and then you see the same screen. And when you're scrolling down from the agenda, then here, where my picture is, there is written tasks. So I ask you to open the task part. Let's open the task, and you see here is the question. The first question is, what is the most important starting point for building digital governance in your country? The answers are anonymous, so everybody can answer as you feel is the right one. We have put here for you some of the answers. What is the most important? Today we also spoke about the key principles, key enablers in order to build up the digital governance. And we spoke about the political will and the importance of the political will. We spoke about digital-minded leaderships. We spoke about higher level, that maybe we need higher level of digital skills, the mindset, what Silvia also mentioned. Building a good public-private partnership. Is that the most important thing? Or is the good infrastructure the most important thing? Or strong digital identity and base registries? Is that the most important thing in order to build up the digital governance? Let's say I, myself, thinking that when I'm thinking about also my country, about Estonia, that the political will is the first thing where the things are starting. So I'm choosing to answer, as you see, and pushing send. I'm hoping that you're doing the same thing in the same time. So it means that shortly we will see your answers on the screen. Everybody, you can choose the answer and push the send there, as I answered. And after that, we will see already your answers to the screen and see what is the main thing what people are thinking. And maybe that gives you also a valuable insight, information that what should be the most main thing where to start in Mauritania. So please answer to your poll. And soon the answers will be there. I'm already, actually I can say you that I'm already seeing how the answers are coming there. So hopefully you're giving more and more them. And so, as you see already, the answers are here, and some of them are coming on the same time. What we see here, I see that many people are thinking in the same way as I was thinking, that the political will is the most important thing in order to start the digitalization process. That the political will, I see that is very important. The other part, most popular part is, they're equally popular is higher education, higher level of digital skills. Actually, about that topic we will speak tomorrow. So, and building good public-private partnership. I'm very glad to see actually these answers, because tomorrow we will also show you the good public-private partnership examples. But nevertheless, also important things are here the good infrastructure. Not so many answers, but the strong digital identity and base registries. I can see that our panelists here today did a good job, and that you are thinking also about these things, what they spoke today. Thank you so much for your answers. Let's go to next question. So again, you see when you're scrolling down, below you can see again the second question there. And the second question is, what should be the next steps toward digital society. That what do you think should be the next steps? What should be done? Is it building a favorable legal environment for e-governance? Or setting up relevant strategies for digitalization? Or starting first digitalization pilot projects in public authorities in order to show the possibilities and so, or setting up secure data management rules, and securing the interoperability platform. So what would be the next step? The legal environment strategy for digitalization, or the pilot projects to show, firstly, let's see how it works, or then setting secure data management rules. Let's say that I will choose the pilot project, because very practical person, it would be interesting to see. I send my answer, and please, you also send the answers, then we will see that what the different people are thinking and what could be the possible next steps. I think it will be, again, the valuable insight information for you also when you nextly doing your PAN. So now we see the answer, and actually here we have a very strong winner. I see. Okay. Most of you have answered in the similar as I am, that let's do the first pilot project and show me where the benefits are. So that's actually very interesting, because it means that real cases are needed in order to show the benefits, in order to be sure that you want to see the proofs. Hopefully we can help with that tomorrow when we show you the very practical cases from the taxation authority or from the education field and so on, so on. But in the same time, I see that important part is also the strategies, that setting up the right strategies is the next one in the row, and also secure data management rules. And the interoperability platform. So again, I'm very thankful for Amelia and Raul, who I can see that have done a very good job. Thank you so much for the answers, and hopefully these things also help you to start think about your country, that okay, this information what I got today, that how I can go on with that. What should be the next steps from my side, what I can do. So, dear all, today we mainly spoke about how to build up the environment for the digitalization, and we spoke about legal environment, digital identity, interoperability platforms, and where it all starts. And we got also very valuable information about digitalization situation in Mauritania. Tomorrow, we will have very interesting discussions about digital skills, because what's the point to do everything, all these e-services, when nobody knows how to use them? Tomorrow we will speak about digital skills, how to build them up, what kind of competencies are needed, what kind of competencies are needed for the ICT education or for the citizens or for also the public sector officials, and how to support it. Tomorrow we will have also, as I said, 2 very practical panel sessions where we try to bring in front of you this kind of, let's say, practical cases and real-life proofs. What kind of e-services can be, and what kind of benefits are there. So these are like appetizers before the pilot projects, that we will see how to digitalize the taxation authority, how to digitalize the border crossing, for example, and queue management. We will see the digitalization in e-health, and also in e-justice field, for example. So different, very, very practical examples will be tomorrow in our workshop program. Hopefully you will be back all tomorrow, and you find us from Workshop Environment. The link is in your email, and just go to the link and you can see, as I showed you also today in the end of the day. Thank you all, and see you again tomorrow.